Good morning. What's going on? How are we doing? It's another great day of Monsters and Memories. Oh boy. I was out way too late last night. Way too late. So I'm not sure what we're doing today. We might do some more. There's Bob. What's up, Bob? B-Hob. Let me see if Gith or Isar is on. I don't know where everybody is. Hey, what's going on, Spearhawk? How you doing, bud? Yeah, my apologies for getting on a little bit later today. I stayed out way too late. I was out working last night, and I stayed out till 3 a.m. I didn't get home until 3 a.m. It was rough. It was rough, but you got to do it sometimes, you know? Sometimes you got to do what you got to do. But we're back. We're back. You know where Timberfang spawns? Yeah, he's got several spawn places. So all of the wolves, they're over there, over that direction. But did you find him? Were you able to find him? Good day, good day. What's going on, Master Devil? How are you? All right. Yeah, I don't know what the plan is today. Hello, Bob. B-Hob. There's a group over there. They're pulling whatever. Can we do these down here? Hey, what's up, Vor? How you doing, bud? You want to pull these down here, Bob? Until Isar gets on? We've got this little camp. Ahoy there. Ahoy there, mateys. Let's see. Let's make a campfire. Let's get this guy right here before it paths in some wonky way. So yeah, we'll do this for a little bit and then see when Isar gets on. Again, I'm going to have to do another shorter stream today. I do have to go out driving again. I stayed out super late last night so that hopefully I can just work yesterday and tonight and then not have to do anything on Sunday. That was my ultimate goal. And I think if everything works out tonight, we should be good. Should be good. So that's going to be AFK a second. No worries. Oh, gravy, baby. Hey, there's Spearhawk right there. What's up, dude? How you doing? Doing pretty good. You got up to level 29. Say what? Rocking and rolling. Do you want to join us, Spearhawk? You're welcome to join us. We're not going to be here super long, just until the group gets on. Come on down, my friend. Come on down. Oh, I think Bob's the leader, actually. I tried to invite you, then I realized Bob's the leader. So Bob can invite you in a second. He's back. I think he went AFK real quick. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, we can pull this lower camp for a little bit. See how that goes. Once Bob is back, we'll be able to pull it because we need some roots and snares. Making breakfast. Yeah, you're good, bud. Don't worry about it. All right, let's pull these mobs right here. Yoink. Oh, grab Spearhawk here if you can, Bob. He's gonna join us for a bit until other peeps get on. Oh, you made me leader? Okay. Okay. Did I get him? Invite Spear Hawk. Is it working? There we go. There we go. We got it. We got it, baby. Oh, yeah. Hey, we did it. We did a thing. Alright, this next pull is going to be 3. It might be 1, actually. We'll get the Pather. The Pather. Otherwise, it would be 4. I don't want to do 4 right now. Alright, so let's get this guy, and then we'll do 3 next pull. Oh boy. Okay, let's try to get this 3 for See what happens here. Yoink. Any DPS for poachers? Well, we were DPS for poachers, but now we're a group. So did anybody else have a good evening last night? When I left here after my stream, I went out and I was gone from like 3 p.m. until 3 a.m. Solid 12 hours. 'Twas awful. Hopefully we get this camp broken and we can just keep pulling those same few mobs. You doing God's work, driving the drunks home? Oh, there were a few of them. Actually, last night wasn't that bad. Last night was one of the better nights, actually, like as far as crazy people. Couple weeks ago, I had the worst ride I've ever had in my life, though. It's awful. Guy gets in my car. There's like two guys, actually. They get in my car, and dude just is yelling and like a guy is like yelling and crying in my car, and really upset about stuff. It was a whole thing. That guy needed some help. He needed some help. His friend was there, and I was hoping his friend would help him, but his friend didn't. His friend just kind of sat there and was like, uh-huh, uh-huh, uh-huh. I can't even say the things that this guy was yelling and screaming about. Most people would have probably kicked him out of their car. Yeah. You got closed beta invite? Nice. Never played this game. What would be a good class to explore and get feeling of the game? The best class to like for exploring and just like ease of play is probably going to be a druid. It's got a huge variety of spells. It's not a hard class to play. It's a strong class. So that's probably one of the best starting classes in the game is a druid. You'll learn about spells. You'll learn about buffs, speed of the wild, all that stuff. It can solo, it can group. It's kind of just an all-around really good class. Probably too good of a class where it needs a nerf, but we'll see what happens. Alright, where'd that mob go? Where did he go? Where did... Oh, shoot. Come on. Which way did he go, George? Which way did he go? What the heck? How did I instantly pull aggro on this thing? Tuesday has some class updates. Yeah, did they put out the patch notes for that? Or did they just announce that Tuesday is a patch? I don't think I saw. Let me look. I didn't look. News. Lotto time. Here we go. Next patch slated for Tuesday, which will have Inquisitor and Shaman, along with some tweaks to Fighter, Monk, and Cleric. Nice. So big patch coming in. Big patch. Yeah, I wonder what the tweaks are going to be to Fighter, Monk, and Cleric. I'm assuming the Cleric is going to get rid of their crazy big nuke that they had, or have. Hopefully they change some things with the Monk cooldowns on their abilities. Did this thing have a damage shield? I think it does. Dugnabbit. Where's it getting the damage shield from? Oh no, I got 2 again. Run! Oh, we got 3. Dang it. That guy just had to cast a spell. He had to stop and cast a spell like a dum-dum. Shaman Pet will be removed? My guess is yes. I definitely expect the Shaman Pet to be gone. Thank you so much, Cutalone. I appreciate it, bud. Yeah, I think the Shaman Pet's going out. The Inquisitor, I don't know what they're going to do with the Inquisitor. I'm curious what they're going to do with that. Because the other 3 tank classes outside of the Fighter are all hybrids. And they're looking at getting rid of all the hybrid spells. Like, I'm a bit afraid that they're going to make all the tanks a bit too samey. Where they just are all basically the exact same thing. And then it's like, well, why do we even have multiple tanks? You know, I'm a little afraid of that. But we'll have to see what they do once they put out the Inquisitor, and then Paladin should be coming as well pretty soon. My guess is the Shaman probably hasn't changed that much. It's probably just the buffs. Like they're just moving around some of the buffs. And I'm going to have to meditate after this. My goodness. Inquisitor Charm will be moved, is my guess. You know, I've always thought it was weird that Inquisitors had any type of offensive spell casting. Because they're supposed to be anti-magic tanks, right? That's the idea for them, is they're anti-magic tanks. But they have offensive magic. So you would think that their entire thing would be stripping magic from their enemies and using the enemy's magic against them. That's my guess, right? That's what I think that they should do. It is it's a short duration, long cooldown. It's not really necessary. They could remove the Inquisitor Charm, and I bet you a lot of Inquisitors wouldn't even realize it. Like they don't use it a lot. Well, we're all sufficiently out of mana. And I leveled 36. Did I have a spell at 36? Lol Beast. Where can we put Lol Beast? Guess we'll put it down here. Which I'm not even sure if this works properly. Didn't I get another Lol? I swear I had another, like, Pacify beast. Yeah. Lol Minor Beast. And I don't think this one worked very well. We got Kinship Bat. This one's still garbage spell. I don't think they ever updated that. So, you know. Think all lulls and pacify is screwed up? Yeah, I think they screwed them up recently. I don't know what the heck happened, but they don't seem to work. I'm not really sure what they did. Alright, I'm gonna try to pull this before it... Oh, shoot. It already respawned. We'll pull this one before it respawns. Before more respawn with this guy. That little guy. Yeah, I think they did something and messed them up. I don't really know exactly what they did, but they did something. I have problems with mine. Isar on Kaz was having issues. You have issues on Beastmaster? Yeah. It's a whole thing. For sure. Did this quest. Oh, for the blue shirt. Any recent deep dives? No, but we're supposed to be getting the next deep dives on Tuesday. So coming up. Why did they keep Cleric Pacify at 30 minutes and nerf the Druids? You know, I don't know. I don't know what they're doing with a lot of stuff. It's weird. It's really, really weird. Yeah, I feel like sometimes they don't. It's like there's a lack of communication. That's all I can say. Left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing sometimes. Is the only thing that makes sense to me. Resist rates in general feel bad right now. Getting 3 root resist in a row on a blue con regular basis. Yeah, resist rates have always been really bad. I don't know what's up with that. I mean, it's RNG. There's like RNG to it, of course, but it's like, you know, how much should RNG affect it? I don't know, man. It's really tough. Like, I almost feel like they should do something with the stats to increase the chance that spells land based on stats like agility or dexterity or something. But I also, but I also don't really like that too much. Like, why would dexterity make a spell land on a mob more often? Like, are you like twiddling your fingers just right when you're casting the spell? Like, well, it doesn't really make sense, you know? It's magic. It's not. Like, it's not even sleight of hand. It's just magic. Dex does not currently affect spell hit chance, no. What I'm saying is, maybe having something that does affect spell hit chance would be nice. Because right now, resist rates seem a little too high. So, like, that's partly why the wizard feels so bad, is because they effectively nerfed the wizard with the deep dive on the wizard. They lowered its damage quite a bit. They tried to make it more efficient, and I guess they kind of made it a little bit more efficient, but they made it more difficult to get mana back. So they made the spells more efficient, but they didn't they took away the ability to recover mana easily, or more easily, and that makes it less efficient, because now it's like, you have to look at the entire factor of it, not just, you know, the spell efficiency. The damage to mana ratio. Like, you have to look at that as well as how hard it is to recover mana, or how easy or whatever it is to recover mana. But then that on top of the resist rates, and it just feels bad. Like, the wizard just feels bad. You're killing Sangrels for wood and wool and hide, and they are resisting my level 60 spells? Yeah, it's crazy. I had a level 1 snake resist my level 60 wizard. Like, full resist. It's like, what? And that's at maxed evocation, level 60 wizard versus a level 1 snake. Like, it doesn't make sense. Caster heavy groups are much worse when fighting yellows and reds. Oh yeah, they're terrible. Like, caster heavy groups, period, are just terrible. If you put a bunch of wizards in a group, it's gonna be your worst group out there. Like, it's awful. Now, if you put in an elementalist or a necromancer, at least they have their pet to do consistent damage, you know? Like, melee groups are still by far the best. Just because they're just consistent, constant damage. Beastmaster or even a rogue. I would rather, at this point, have a rogue in my party than a wizard, I think. And a rogue is one of the worst classes in the game at the moment. Unless you're fighting things with damage shields, and then melee groups make healers cry. Yeah, there's ways to deal with damage shield, though. Like, once you clear the camp, you just keep the damage shield casters dead, and it kind of solves that problem. It's a pain in the butt to break the camp with a melee group, for sure. But, you know, once you break a camp, then it's all melee. Like, melee is by far the best. Right now, I'd say Spellblade and Beastmaster are like top DPSers, and Archer are like the top DPSers. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep clearing this camp down here. Keep on clearing the camp. When you say melee groups, would you include Archer in that? Yeah, physical DPS groups. Yeah, the Archer is in there because they don't require mana, and they don't get spells resisted. You know, they might miss on their ability, like on their auto attacks or whatever, but missing or having an ability dodged or blocked or parried or whatever every once in a while is not that bad. When a full resist on a wizard, you know, they spend 10% of their mana for 1500 damage and it does 0 damage. That feels bad. But on a melee class, when you attack and you do 0 damage for one swing, you know, you're reducing, you know, 20 to 50 damage or something. It's not that much, you know. It's not a big deal because you're gonna follow it up with several more small hits. So this game, it's very much like EverQuest, where a lot of small attacks generally are better than big attacks, because if the big attacks can be resisted, then you know, that's not good. Be like a rogue. Like if you backstab on your rogue and your rogue just misses. Kind of like that. But even the backstab on the rogue, the damage isn't even that high. So it doesn't feel even nearly as bad. They just need more ways to deal with damage shield. If they had more ways to deal with damage shield, then melee groups would be by far the best group to do, right? But they shouldn't be like, oh, we're just gonna make mobs have a damage shield so that you put casters in your party. Like that's that whole thing that we were talking about. We've been talking about. Rather than punish the player to force them into a certain gameplay, I feel like they should reward the player for certain gameplay. You know, there's two different ways that you can do anything in life. You can either punish somebody or you can reward them. If you reward good behavior, you're probably going to get, at least this is my philosophy on it. Some people will agree and some people will disagree based on their lives. But I feel like rewarding good behavior is better than punishing bad behavior. You know, should you punish bad behavior? Sure. But I feel like, you know, just if it's always a punishment, then it doesn't feel good. You should absolutely, you know, try to, when you can, reward good behavior. So that's something that this dev team just doesn't do, I don't feel like, a very good job on, is they constantly want to punish people to force people to use something else. Like, oh, let's make it very punishing for the inventory space in the game, make weight a thing, make you know, the amount of items that you can carry in general, make that a thing, and then that's going to force people to use mounts. And it's like, okay, that's just annoying. Like, you're forcing me to play the game in a way that I don't necessarily want to play the game. I don't want to have to take a mount everywhere and babysit the mount all the time. I would rather just buy bigger bags and, you know, increase my strength so I can carry more, things like that. So, but it just seems like they're just constantly punishing, and I don't know why. Forest area looks nice. It does, yeah, Justin Beard. I like this this zone. I've been trying to level over here. This Beastmaster, I have not left Evershade Weld or Keeper's Bite for XP. So I've leveled it all the way up to 36, exclusively in those two. Well, and Black Tide Bay, exclusively in those areas, to see if we can. And you absolutely can. I mean, eventually I'm gonna have to make my way to a desert. I feel like one of these days we're gonna have to go to the desert. Oh shoot! There's an herbalist. Oh my gosh! This is gonna kill our mana. I don't know where this herbalist came from. Didn't see which spawn this was. Did it have a damage shield too, the bruiser? Hopefully it didn't get a damage shield on. Yeah, it doesn't look like it got a damage shield on the bruiser, so we killed it quickly enough. Yeah, we either, well, unless you remove the damage shield. Grabbing some coffee? Sounds good. I probably should have gotten some coffee myself this morning. I don't generally drink coffee. Maybe I won't have any caffeine between now and October 1st, so that caffeine actually works for me on October 1st. Like, the more you drink coffee, the less it works for you, you know? Or the more you drink caffeine or consume caffeine, the less effective it is. So maybe if I don't have any caffeine. Now I'm actually trying to get kind of off of caffeine again. We'll see how it goes. I don't really drink a lot of caffeine though. But I feel like when I don't drink caffeine, I'm actually more awake most days. Like, I actually can function better. Stop drinking caffeine, and now if I do, it's much harder. Yeah. I like a story about a guy who incrementally increased the decaf in the coffee pot over the course of a week, and then switched to espresso the week after. Was he like spazzing out? I feel like he'd be like, "Bah!" Everyone was spazzing? Yeah. Yeah. I could see that. You know, I mean, when you don't do something for a while, you know, your tolerance level drastically drops. I was watching one of the medical YouTube channels, and they had a story about a guy who accidentally did caffeine powder instead of protein powder. He lived, but it wasn't pretty. Oof. Oof. Isn't that kind of what like creatine is? When they do the creatine, it's like it's more like a. There's the boots. Bet you Spearhawk wants those. Spearhawk, grab those boots, and the dagger. Actually, you need both of those. Surprised you didn't just throw up. Yeah, I would have thrown up. Workplace coffee pod is usually a huge point of contention. Oh, I'm sure it is, yeah. If I worked in it, well, I mean, the times that I did work in an office, yeah, we didn't have like a community coffee pot that I remember. Did we have a community coffee pot? Let me think. I'm sure we did. I just probably didn't use it. This one place I worked at, I'm positive they had a community coffee pot. I guarantee you every single person in that front office, because I worked in the warehouse at that location. I bet you everybody in that front office was drinking coffee all day. I don't like the Beastmaster now. I like it. I think the Beastmaster is in a good spot. They need to do more with the pets, like more variety of their skills. You know, that would be nice. You know, have more pets that have different types of CC, not CC, but utility. That's the word I'm looking for. Coffeeware. Creatine allows your muscles to absorb more water. Yeah, I want to say it has like caffeine or something. It's got something to boost your energy level. I thought as well. Because like I used to work out some, like not I was never a big, like really big on working out, but I remember taking this powder stuff that was like a protein. It was a protein mixed with something else, and it just gave you energy, so that it was a pre-workout mix. Or no, that was I just had a pre-workout mix, and then I had a protein mix afterwards. So my pre-workout mix, you drink it like 30 minutes to an hour before you go to work out. And it just makes you like, it's like crazy, you know, crazy amounts of energy. It allows you to work out harder. It was not steroids. I know that people will be like, steroids. It wasn't creatine. No, it wasn't creatine that I did. It was something else. But it's just a pre-workout thing, yeah. Didn't a lot of pre-workout get banned? Probably, yeah. A lot of it probably did. Yeah, I didn't do any of like the weird stuff. I don't think so anyway. But yeah, it was like a pre-workout drink mix. That was when I worked at Starbucks though. So for a few years I worked at Starbucks, and I would I worked at a generic coffee shop. And I would do that, but I realized very quickly, like, each scoop, every time I did my pre-workout, that would cost me like $2, because like the thing that I bought was like $50 or something. And I was like, why am I doing this? Like, why don't I just drink a cup of coffee? I mean, I worked at a generic coffee shop. Like, why wouldn't I just get caffeine from the coffee shop before going to do my workout? So that's what I started to do. And it ended up working out a little bit better. I just like super caffeinated myself. My daily routine back when I worked in a coffee shop was wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning. I was in work by 5 o'clock in the morning. I would work until 10 a.m. I only worked for like 5 to 6 hours a day usually at that time because I was going to school at the same time. So I worked from like 10 a.m. from 5 a.m. until 10 a.m. Monday through Friday. I would get out of work at 10 a.m., hype myself up on caffeine, go to the gym, and then done with the gym by noon, and I had the rest of the day to do whatever the heck I wanted. And honestly, like, I look back on it, and I'm like, that really wasn't that bad of a life. Like, it was actually kind of nice. Waking up at 4 a.m. sucked, but, you know, if I'm in bed by 10 p.m., I was fine. The only issue with it was I drank way too much caffeine. Like, I was working out at the gym every day for like an hour or something, but I also consumed a lot of coffee beverages, lattes and whatnot, and pastries that they had in there. I would eat those for breakfast all the time. So it was probably just, you know, counteracting the workouts. But, yeah, overall, it really wasn't that bad. The worst part was I didn't really make any money. I was poor back then, super poor. Pre-workouts usually have caffeine or something to give you a boost before. Yeah, I think that's what it was. How big does in-game world feel? I know it's only 20% of the done. I wonder how much of the journey is there to enjoy. That's a good question, because when you're low level, the world feels massive. Like, it's just, zones are huge and scary, and there's monsters and all that stuff everywhere. So yeah, when you're low level, like trying to get from one location to another location, it's very, very big. Once you level up though, and by the time you hit your 50s, the world's going to feel really small. So yeah, it just depends on your level. You know, once you get like druid spells or druid teleports and things like that, it's yeah, the world starts to kind of shrink. And wizard teleports. Like, I can get pretty much anywhere in the game. You know, this is gonna sound like, oh wow, the world's actually pretty big. You can get pretty much anywhere in the game in about 30 minutes from anywhere else in the game. You could get there in less time if you know somebody that can teleport. As long as you know where to go, the fastest route, all that kind of stuff. But that could feel large to some people and small to some people. Because some people, like coming from World of Warcraft and getting anywhere in World of Warcraft, you can get there in, you know, 30 seconds a lot of times. You get on your flying mount and you're there, kind of thing. But, yeah. Is Shadow Knight good at solo content as well, or as group tanking? Yes, right now Shadow Knight is the best tank for both solo and group. Like, it's the best overall tank. If you want to be able to group, you want to be able to solo, and do raid, like you can do literally all content with the Shadow Knight pretty well. It's the best solo tank, yes. for the short answer. People should try Yerba Mate. Really affordable and gives you the same boost as everything else. May have to look into it. I'm trying to just avoid it. Like, I feel like just drinking a bunch of water is better. Hi. Did you go get me Chick-fil-A for breakfast? I did come in late, and I'm probably going to get Chick-fil-A for dinner. I have to go again. But I did do okay last night, where I don't think I have to go on Sunday. Yeah. We could do that on Sunday. I think. It depends on how tonight goes. But I stayed out really late so that I can hopefully get it done tonight. Did I not say thank you? Oh, I thought I did say thank you. Well, thank you for the food. I appreciate it. Very sweet. The lady brought me some breakfast. Probably a nice old chicken biscuit in there or something. Chicken biscuit. I am going to eat that, though, because I didn't... Oh. Chicken biscuit and a fruit cup. Here, I'm going to eat the fruit cup first. Oh, wait. She brought me a chicken biscuit and a fruit cup, but there's no fork for the fruit cup. Let me kill these mobs. I gotta run down and grab a fork. What's my favorite coffee beverage? I really like peppermint white mochas, but that's my favorite coffee beverage. But the one that I get the most when I go to like a Starbucks specifically is a chai tea latte, a soy chai tea latte. I really like it's extra hot, extra pumps of chai. And now I have to actually ask for it to be sweetened because they don't sweeten it anymore. For some reason, they just stopped. I don't know why Starbucks keeps changing the chai recipe. It's made me mad. They had one when I worked there. This was 15 plus years ago, 20 years ago maybe. I don't know, a long time ago I worked there. And I used to drink the chai latte. Then Oprah Winfrey ruined it. They made the Oprah chai latte. And it was not good. I don't know what the heck they did to it, but Oprah completely ruined that latte. And then now more recently, the chai latte. Here, Spearhawk, get this dagger off of this guy right here. You need 4 daggers for a... no, this one over here. It's the guy that was right here. You need 4 daggers for a wrist. All right, give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. I'm going to run an ad real quick. I'm going to run downstairs, and I need to grab a fork for my fruit cup. Be right back. All right, sorry about that, guys. Had to run downstairs and grab a fork. Let's get this guy. Anyway, what were we talking about? Chai tea. It was Tazo chai tea. They do have Tazo chai tea. That's different though. Like they have a chai tea latte. The chai tea latte is milk mixed with a chai, like a special chai blend. It's like concentrated chai. And then they have the Tazo chai, which is a tea bag, a chai tea bag inside of hot water. So they're different types of tea, I guess. You can buy the Tazo concentrate from the grocery store. You probably can now, yeah. I imagine. I saw at my grocery store they sell like all sorts of Starbucks branded coffees and teas and whatnot. But like I said, I don't really buy a lot of those things. Like I try to avoid them now. Right. I think we're going to go kill giants. Let me kill these two mobs, and then we're going to head out Spearhawk. Appreciate you joining us for a little bit, though. Been fun. You finally got a beta invite? Nice, Brian. Awesome. I hope you enjoy the monk. It's a pretty good class. They said it was going to have solo capabilities, but I don't feel like they really made the monk a solo-friendly class. But they didn't really say it was going to be a good solo class. They just said it can solo. So. Yeah, they can't solo. Yeah. It was funny, though. Like, their write-up said that they would be able to. I remember that specifically. The heck? Why is there a campfire here? Did you guys leave this campfire here yesterday? It's still here. I don't know if I can get out of here without aggroing mobs. Let me see. I might be able to sneak past right here. Yeah, we got it. We got it, baby. Oh, yeah. That food gave me a bit of energy. Now I'm feeling better. I mean, I was sluggish. Let me see where I can go here. Let's go this way. Cut through here. No giants. Okay. Where do you want me to go, Isar? Yeah, the FD dot thing is gone that they're talking about. You guys are talking about. Cal and Spicy. All right. Can we go up this anymore? This is, I'm assuming they fixed this, right? You saw a monk still able to do Hadir recently. Was it a level 60 monk? Yep, they fixed this right here, which is good. I'm glad they're fixing those things. That's very good. Yeah, a level 60 monk can probably still do Hadir. Oops. I don't know if I can make this jump. I can just go around the wall, but no, there's no way I can make that jump. Yeah, if it's a level 60 monk, yeah, they can solo Hadir, sure. Like, I mean, Hadir's only like level 40 something. Like, anybody can solo. Any level 60 should be able to solo Hadir, I would imagine. Like, that's one of those things where when people talk about soloing, they're like, "Oh, I can solo just fine." Well, yeah, there's a large range of things that you can solo. Like, are you soloing green mobs? Are you soloing light blue mobs, even con, yellow, reds? Like, what are you soloing? And I feel like that's part of the discussion that doesn't happen sometimes. And when I say something like, "Oh, this class can solo well," people sometimes are like, "Man, my class can solo just fine. Like, I'm playing a fighter and it can solo." And I'm like, "Yeah, but it can't." It can. Sure, I could take my fighter and go over here and kill this skeleton down here. Sure, I could solo that skeleton because it's green, you know? So, but yeah, monks are not going to really be soloing things for XP. It would be very slow XP. It's probably, they can solo better than a fighter can. But yeah, I would say that monks are probably in the bottom 9 of soloers, not in the top 9. Like your druid, enchanter, elementalist, wizard, necromancer, shaman. I would even say that the Shadow Knight can solo better than a monk. What else could solo? Beastmaster can solo better than a monk. Archer can solo better than a monk. The monk is probably better than rogue, fighter. That might be about it. They're probably better than rogues or fighters as far as soloing. Clerics are also in the bottom 9 of soloers, but with their recent changes, they're kind of broken. So a low-level cleric can do really well. Wait, are we going up to the 10ths, Isar? Yeah, Vor was doing something. He might join us, maybe. I don't know. Vor, if you want to join us, you're welcome to. If you don't want to, that's fine too. We go to the tent. All right, I'll come over here to the steps, Isar. I guess we can go up the steps together. Oh, wait, you want to go to... We want to do spicy, right? So we want to do the top tent? All right, I'll wait right here for you. Inquisitor's quite bad at solo. Inquisitor's down there at the bottom. Yeah, it's probably bottom 5 for sure, I would say. What am I playing? Criffle. Criffle's going to be one of my new characters. I can't wait. No, today I'm on my fighter. This is the level 60 fighter. We've been playing this in the mornings to afternoons, just kind of killing named mobs, camping items for various people and helping them XP and stuff. You want to camp at Cal and pull Spicy down. Can we pull Spicy down, though? You can still go up that hill? Okay. All right, I'll go to this one over here, then. Okay. Is this game out yet? Not yet. This game is coming out... Well, early access is October 1st. Yeah. Just know that early access will still very much be a work in progress. It's not going to be a beta, but it's going to feel like a beta still. So it's still very, very much a work in progress. What class am I? I'm the fighter. Yeah, this is a fighter. Tank class. But yeah, excuse me. Sorry about that. I would say Inquisitor. The monk is probably a better soloer than Inquisitor. However, the Inquisitor has something really nice. They can chain stun mobs. So an Inquisitor can solo by using stuns and shields and stuff like that. But it's not a great soloer, no. Did you try any Spellblade solo? Yeah, I did a little bit of Spellblade solo, and it's okay. It's about middle of the road. It's probably a better soloer than the monk is, because it has a rune shield that it can put up, so it can prevent damage to itself, whereas the monk can only mend itself every 5 minutes for healing. The Spellblade, it's like every 20 or 30 seconds or something. It can use an ability, maybe even less than that. It can use an ability to put up a shield to prevent damage. So, yeah, Spellblade it's better than a monk. But it's not a good soloer. It's just not a bad soloer. I'll probably do like a breakdown of the different classes again, like solo ability, and put them in order from most to worst, or worst to most solo ability class. Right now, I would put rogues at the very, very bottom. Absolute bottom. And then probably fighters next. And at the top, it would probably be, right now, without charm changes, Enchanter. But after charm changes, Necromancer. And honestly, even before the charm changes, the Necromancer competes really well with the Enchanter for best solo class, because there's so many undead in the game that they can kind of charm their way all the way up, just like an Enchanter can, but they have more utility than the Enchanter does. So I'm blind, so can't see the screen, hence the question. I still enjoy old school style games like this. Awesome. Yeah. Well, hopefully you enjoy. Tried your monk recently. The AC change and the mob DPS buff seems to hurt a lot. Yeah, the DPS buff on the mobs really wasn't even that big. Like it was a small change in the increase in damage that mobs do. But the AC changes were actually pretty substantial. So that's why people keep saying, oh, monks are going to be able to tank. They have abilities to off-tank. They have taunt. They have all these things. Those are abilities for pulling and temporary off-tanking. But people think that, oh, because they have these temporary off-tank abilities, that they're going to be able to be tanks. They're not tanks. Like, I can't stress it enough. At low level, anything can tank. Level 1 to 10, doesn't matter what class you are. You're pretty much, everybody's about the same. But as you get higher level, yeah, the tanking definitely changes. How do you feel about EA? What sort of vibe and plans for the game, and how long do you think they'll keep you occupied, considering you played beta for a while? Keep me occupied? It'll keep me occupied for a while. I love this game. This is exactly the type of game that I've been wanting to play and waiting for over a decade. So I will be playing this game a ton. Like, I'm not going anywhere. As you can see, a lot of other content creators have already, they played the game, they got a feel for it, and they've moved on, right? They've already like, oh, I'm going to go play some EverQuest Legends, I'm going to go play something else. I don't know why they're doing it. I'm sure there's reasons. Some of it is they're tired of this game. Some of it is they just like to switch it up. Some of it is for the view count. Who knows? But as far as me, I will continue playing and streaming this game a lot. I do want to do some more variety streaming and do more like do some other things other than just play Monsters and Memories all day every day. But I will still be playing a lot of Monsters and Memories, and when early access hits, I'll be exclusively playing it at least the entire month of October. Probably October, November, and December is going to be like 99.999% Monsters and Memories. I don't have any plans to go anywhere. I'll be playing it a ton. But I do want to start doing some other games. Like I want to play some horror games. I've got a few horror games that I want to play. What do you think about the new Cleric? New Cleric is good. It's broken overpowered, and they need to nerf one of the ability. Well, probably a couple things. They need to modify a few things on it. But it's a good class, but it still doesn't bring the utility that Shaman and Druid brings. So it's still going to be a class that not many people play. The only thing you need a Cleric for is Resurrect. So you want to know somebody that has a high level Cleric just so you can get the 95% res. So that's one thing. The other thing you need a Cleric for is like end game, very challenging. I'm going to call them raids, multi-group encounters, or just the single group encounters that they're planning on adding to the game. I don't know if you guys heard when Sean was talking about it, but they're looking at adding in single group encounters that basically lock your group into the encounter, and you can't get any outside help with that. So it looks like they're going to try to do stuff like that, and that's going to be very challenging content. And a Cleric might be, I don't want to say required for that, but a Cleric might be the best choice for that because they're going to have the most efficient heals, so that they can actually maintain keeping the tank healed. So yeah. Are we going to no-life this? I already no-life this game, so yes. I assume most characters could do everything at level 1 to 10, but after that, yeah, you probably have to specialize. You do. You should start to specialize I would say by level 20 plus. The game is meant for every class to kind of be in its role, right? So at level 1 to 10, let me change it a little bit. 1 to 5, it doesn't matter. Whoever pulls aggro. It literally won't matter, because you're not wearing different gear. Everybody's pretty much wearing crappy whatever they can pick up and put on, right? We're all at like less than 20 AC for the first 5 levels of the game. So there's no difference between a fighter and a wizard other than a little bit more health. So it's not even that much more health. It's a pretty small amount of health. So level 1 through 5 is everybody's basically equal. From 5, or technically 4 because you start getting spells on the spellcasters. But from 5 to 10, they start, it's like a branching tree, right? And it starts here, and everybody starts to get a little bit farther apart as you get higher level. I would say it's almost like a linear thing, and then it blooms out. It starts to bloom out really around level 20. And then by level 30, it's a full bloom, and it's like every class is going to be their own special thing. So yeah, like you don't, what I mean by that is level 1 to 5, everybody can tank. It doesn't really matter. After that, you kind of want the melee classes to probably tank. The caster classes, they're not going to really be the best ones to be taking hits after level 5 to 10. You don't really want them taking hits. But your ranger, your spellblade, your beastmaster, any of those classes, have them take the hits for you until like 10, 15. By level 20, you really want to have chain or plate wearers taking the hits. So I would say that a tank, one of the 4 tanks, or like a ranger might be okay. Monk could be okay because they have a few abilities that they can kind of use at level 20 for tanking, or up to level 20. But as you approach 30, by level 30, you don't want anybody taking hits other than tanks, the 4 tanks. Because they're just going to take more damage. You could do it at 30 to 40, and you'll probably be okay. But I would recommend having a plate wearer start taking the hits starting around level 30 to 40. If you like this style, you might try EverQuest. I played EverQuest a stupid amount, but EverQuest Legends I will not play. I wonder how that group lock content works. Like if 2 groups enter the space at the same time. So how it works, Sci-Fi, is when you tag the mob, it's first to engage. So let's say there's a space. You go into it, and there's 2 groups that are in there. And I'm in my group, and there's another group, and I tag the mob. My group gets locked into the encounter, and the other group gets kicked out of the encounter. It's like an arena. So they'll get teleported outside of the arena, so where my group is on the inside of it. So whoever tags the mob first will get the encounter. Is basically how it works. So, yeah. What? There we go. Are there a lot of encounters or bosses that actually needs balance groups to take down, or even multiple groups, or is that planned for later? So that's mostly planned for later. They're going to be bringing back raids into the game. They had raids in the game for a while, like throughout all of Alpha, or not all, throughout a lot of Alpha, they added in raids, and they had them at the start of Beta, but they were extremely broken. Very easy to kill. It was just bad. So they took them out, and they're bringing them back soon. maybe Tuesday. It's very possible that we're going to see raids in the game on Tuesday. How does looting work? Do you divvy everything up, or does everyone loot everything like in World of Warcraft? Loot is it's shared loot. So, like when this mob dies, anybody in the party can loot it, as long as your group gets credit for it. So you can loot this, and then it'll have its items in here. You can link them to the party by clicking link all if you want to. So you can link the items to chat. And basically, it's all shared loot. So you have to talk to your party members. Yeah, you got to talk to your party members and basically be like, hey, I'm gonna, like, I need this item, I need that item, whatever. You have to actually communicate. It's everything shared loot. Sorry, I'm having like a little brain toot. My brain is not functioning right. There's no loot window that pops up. It's just you can see like if somebody loots something in your party, it comes up in the chat log. So yeah, you can see that. Oh, there goes another group in there. Where are they going? They might be going up to kill Spicy. Isar. You be on in 30 minutes if you have a spot? Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can. I don't mind if you come. I have no idea what the plan is today. I'm here for another about 3 hours today, and then I gotta go again. The link all sounds like a neat system. Yeah, it's shared loot like EverQuest, like that. Yeah, it's just like EverQuest. You know, exactly the same. There's no loot windows though, so like nothing's gonna pop up and be like roll need or greed or anything like that. It literally is. If you see somebody loot something, then you got to be like, hey, I want that, and you know the party figures it out from there. You gotta go. Catch you later. Take care. Have a good one, bud. Oh my goodness. Why am I getting stunned so much? Oh, I bet you it's the pet. Because the pet was behind me. I didn't realize that pet was stunning me. Get out of here. We got the Carved Spirit Totem. I don't know if anybody's going to want that. Alright, are we sitting inside the tent? Is that the plan? I'm pretty sure that other group... Oh, wait. Maybe they're just exploring. Yeah, they might just be exploring and running around. Oh no, they killed Spicy's placeholder. So what do we want to do? You want to just pull the mobs up here? Just sit there? Okay. Do I have arrows? Let me switch. Let me, I don't have any arrows. Shoot. Alright. Well, whatever. Whatever. Feel a visit from Trent coming. Okay. See if I can get these two guys. Doink. Ink. Oh, wow. That, I don't know how I just body pulled that one by itself. That's crazy, actually. That's kind of crazy. Will it come down this right here? Or is it going to try to go all the way around? Oh, no, he's coming down. The beautiful music. Yeah, Robert does a fantastic job on the music. I think they have a couple people that do music, but Robert does, I think, most of it. Is that carved totem good for anybody? Actually, Vor, did you want that carved totem? It's the strength, stamina, wisdom totem. I'm not sure what you're using. Like, that's probably one of the better items for, like, paladin range slot. You don't want it? Okay. Yeah, I would say this is like the second best tank one, because this is the best tank one. Well, yeah, this is the best tank one because it's got one more strength, one more stamina, and it's got 10 health on it. But this one having 4 wisdom is really good for like clerics and paladins. You got Nortap Chime. Yeah, that's probably a little bit better. We know about the monsters, but what are the memories the game title refers to? Is it just that, the old school feel? Yeah, it's the memories that you make playing a game like this. That's what they're talking about. Because the whole thing about EverQuest is people remember EverQuest, you know, for decades. They remember the fun they had. They remember the relationships they made, all of that kind of stuff. So that's the memories. It's just about slaying monsters and making memories. like a Sean thing. Sean was like, "This is what I want to call this game: is Monsters and Memories," and I don't think he's ever wanted to call it anything else. He's like, that is it. That is the name. That's what the Fall Out Boy song was about too. It might have been. Yeah. Why is this? Oh, shows the bandit has no health left. I don't know how to fix that bug. You guys see this bug, like where it shows the bandit has no health from the target window? That's been it's been like that for a while. Oh no, another wolf. We've got double wolves. Do you think we'll have content problem for EA with speed of updates and players churning through existing content? Yes, absolutely. Yeah, the players are going to go through this content extremely quickly. Your average casual player has at least 6 months worth of content, at least, where they're not going to be able to get through it faster than the devs will be able to push out new content. So the plan right now is to have new content in the game approximately every 3 months. So we're going to get early access in October. So October, November, December. So around January or so, maybe February at the latest, we should get Module 1, which is going to have new content. And then another 3 months or so. So just expect every 3 to 4 months new content to come out, which means your casual player will absolutely not be able to go through the content. They're not going to do it. It's going to take them months and months and months to get through all of it. But the players like myself who just burn through content quickly, yeah, we'll burn through the content in 1 to 2 months tops and run out of things to do. So those like crazy playtime people that are playing 10, 12, 15 hours a day, they're going to get on the forums, they're going to complain. There's nothing to do, blah, blah, blah. You know, there's no in-game content. You know, they're gonna complain about it, for sure. Just expect that. Is rating in? Not yet, no. Well, it was. They took it out, and they're bringing it back. That's why I like watching games like EQ, RuneScape, and Monsters and Memories. They're usually slower paced than most modern MMOs. This one is definitely slower paced. Absolutely. Slower paced. Faux show. But yeah, they're going to be bringing rating back. I suspect rating will be back in probably soon. Yeah, we'll see. Maybe as early as next week. Maybe. You farming for your pre-raid bis? No, I already have mine. I even have some of the raid gear. Yeah, I'm not. Oh, okay. Well, this guy rooted me, Isar. Oh my God! And he snared me. This is not good. Go. I got it. I'm good. Come back. I'm good. Yeah, we might all have to like come up here for this particular mob. The Deep is in the new Super Troopers movie. Is he really? Uh-oh. You're gonna have weapon epics? Yes, they are gonna have, well, weapon epics, maybe. They're going to have epic quests, but we don't know if the epic quests are going to be weapon specific, or if they're going to be armor, or what they're going to be. We don't know that. Doesn't look like we're going to have long to check out the deep also. Oh no, we're not going to have long at all to check out the deep. Deep might be coming in on Tuesday. I think it is coming in on Tuesday, along with 2 new classes. So we're going to have a lot of videos coming out next week from yours truly. Hey, let's just stay up here. We'll just clear these mobs when they spawn, and then I'll pull mobs from up here. Be a little bit easier. Run away! Run away! Oh no, we got 2. They spawned on me. I mean, we don't have to pull all these if you guys don't want to. I'm just trying to pull some for a little bit of XP for Sam. But technically, we don't have to pull them. But yeah, we'll see what happens with the raids. Yeah, so like I do have some raid items. Like this is a raid item. This is a raid item. Just show off like some of the raid gear. And this is a raid item. And I think that's it. Yeah, those are the 3 raid drops that I currently have. There's another one that I wanted to get, never got. Which was there's a 2-handed weapon that I wanted. There's another 1-handed weapon that I wanted. Just never got them. I didn't really go hard in the raiding, even though people think that I did. I did not go very hard in the raiding. Trust me, if I went hard in raiding, we would have not lost a single raid. But I wasn't willing to do that for beta. Are there gear sets? No. They don't have any set gear right now, yet. Like, they might do that in the future. Why not? The deep isn't going anywhere, is it? No, so the deep is a new area they're adding in probably this coming week, but they're going to be locking the servers in about a month. So around mid to late September, they're going to lock the server, or turn the servers off, actually. Turn the beta servers completely off. So we only have 30 days or so from the time the next update comes out, and they're gonna do supposedly a server lock, like a patch lock, September 1st, which means they only have 2 weeks left. Yeah. So yeah, so 2 new classes are coming. Yeah, the Inquisitor and Shaman are coming on Tuesday. Is this just one bandit over here? Oh, there's the other guy. There's the other guy. That little guy. Don't worry about that little guy. But yeah, it looks like on Tuesday we're getting 2, not new classes, sorry. We're getting updates. Updated classes. We're not getting any new classes for a long time. So don't think they're going to be new. Updated, like, deep dive classes. Those are going to be coming in on Tuesday. I believe along with the deep coming in on Tuesday. Deep races, so the deep gnomes and deep elves. And then possibly Fallen Watch, and possibly 3 of the raid encounters are going to be coming back. Or Fallen Watch is going to be coming in, and then 3 of the raid encounters are going to be coming back. Supposedly revamped and fixed and all that. Have you not found every item there is to find? We have found all of them, I think. There's only like one mob that may have, well, we assume, right? There could be something so stupidly rare we just don't realize it drops. But there's one named mob that we've killed that we've only found 2 items on it, and most named mobs have 3 or more items. Yeah. So, I mean, we've killed it a stupid amount and only seen 2 items, though. So, who knows? Is it rare? Is it bugged? The ultimate question. We don't know. Could be either way. Could be just really rare. It could be bugged and not working properly. No clue. Yeah. That's. All right. Let's kill this mob, and then we'll kill the wolf down there. Do races have special abilities in this game? They do. Yeah. So you have racial traits. Every race has some sort of racial trait, most of which are abilities. Yes. What's the human trait? Human trait is called tenacity, and it's basically it removes root and mez, and like it removes magical effects. Never pick human. It's probably got the most powerful racial trait, honestly, because everybody likes resist magic or whatever that trait is. Like that's probably arguably the most powerful racial trait. Or it's not a racial trait. That's probably the most powerful trait that you can pick. And tenacity is basically the same thing, without the bonus magic resist part to it. So you can pick that plus magic resist? Sure can. Yep, that's what Isar is. When Isar plays, his monk has tenacity and magic resist. So he can break roots and mezzes and all sorts of spells when that happens. It's very good for a puller. Like insanely good for a puller. People that don't want to play human are honestly missing out. Like they don't want to play human because they're like, I'm a human in real life, and it's like, yeah, you are, but you don't have these abilities. Human's a very good class to be, or race to be. It's arguably the best racial trait. Is there a dwarf? I am playing a dwarf, yes. I want the better trait on a rate. Oh my god! I want a better trait on a different race. Well, they're going to be redoing all the traits, so like I wouldn't worry about the traits too much right now. They're planning to redo every single one of the traits. The ogre racial, yeah, the ogre racial is probably the worst in the game. It's a 4-second stun on like a 5-minute cooldown. Or no, I think it's like a 2-second stun with a 5-minute cooldown. It's like, are you kidding me? That is terrible. Yeah, the traits in this game, again, I've said this so many times. The balance in this game is so bad. Like, it is so bad. I don't even know how to explain it. They one trait for one class could be like leagues better than another trait on a different, or one trait on one race can be leagues better than a trait on a different race. Like they did in EverQuest. Like in EverQuest, you had the ogre being immune to stun from the front. It's like that. Bribe? You think bribe is the worst trait? Nah. Yeah, bribe is actually good if used, depending on what class you are. It's a good trait. My necromancer friend used to use bribe a lot. You tried it on the banker? Don't use it on a banker. Don't do that. Use bribe very rarely. It's a role-play game, not esports. It is, yeah. It's a role-play game, not esports, but they still need to balance things, right? Like, you can't... I don't like the argument that, oh, imbalance makes the game more fun. No. Gross imbalance does not make it more fun. It makes people play the overpowered classes, and nobody wants to play the underpowered classes. You can't do that. You know, it's not a PvP game. It's not that kind of thing where, like, it's going to really make a huge difference, but it is going to make a difference. At the end of the day, it's going to make a difference. People like if you have one tank that is just far better. Hey, we got a stirring stick. Woo! Let me see if I can pull this without getting the other guy. If you have like one tank that is just far better than the other 3 tanks, people are going to choose that one tank, right? Like, nobody's going to want to play the other tanks. And there is absolutely, balance is absolutely needed. And people that don't think it's needed have no clue what they're talking about. You have to have some sort of balance. Does it need to be perfectly balanced? No, absolutely not. But it needs to have some balance. So, anyway. Bribe is one target. Diagro, yeah. So, bribe, how you use bribe effectively, it's not the best trait, but it's not a terrible trait. But how you use it effectively is, my friend that was a necromancer played a goblin necromancer, and he used bribe a lot. He would root a mob or mez a mob if it was a undead. He could mez it, but he would root a mob, separate them, right, and then he would bribe the one mob. So, like, if there's 2 mobs in a camp, he would root one of them, pull the other one away, and then bribe the one that he rooted, and it would mim wipe it, and he would fight the one mob. So he did that a lot in our groups. He was kind of like a pseudo enchanter in that way. Like, he was able to split pull mobs easier using bribe. Bribe is just one of those skills that once you learn how to use it, it's actually not a bad skill. I play classes because they are fun, not because they're the best. Okay, that's you. That's not the billions of other gamers out there in the world. I saw your post on Reddit regarding beta giveaway. How does one join the raffles? Is it just following? No, so when we do them, we were doing them periodically throughout the week. So I posted that at the beginning of the week. And I did 11 different giveaways over the next 3 or 4 days. So we have done all of our giveaways for now. All of the ones that I had to give away, we're done with those. If I get more, we'll do more of those. When we do them, you have to be here to win, and you just sign up. We'll post a link in chat, and you just sign up. But yeah, like I totally get it that people play classes because they're fun, right? Oh, I have fun with the class. Okay, well, what's the most fun that you can have in a game? You want to feel powerful, right? You want to feel like you're contributing to the group. You want to feel like you're able to do what it is that you want to do. And if you're not able to do it, that's not fun, right? That's the whole argument that doesn't really make any sense. Like, people try to argue it like, I don't care if the class is balanced at all. Okay, well, you're not going to play the class if it's completely underpowered compared to another class, because you're going to feel like you're worthless in the group, and it's not going to be fun. Like, if I'm playing this game, right, I'm playing the fighter, and I'm playing this game. Yeah, we got the stirring stick. I don't know who needed that. Does anybody need the stirring stick in our group? But like if you're playing and you're playing, let's say a tank, and everybody keeps saying, "Oh, well, we want a fighter, but you're playing a Shadow Knight, let's say, and nobody chooses you as the tank because they're just way underpowered compared to the fighter, you're no longer going to be having fun. You're going to be like, okay, this isn't fun. I'm just constantly sitting AFK, waiting for a group. Then when I get a group, like people are complaining that I can't hold aggro or that I take too much damage or whatever. It's not fun. So yeah, that's the problem with it. Then that overpowered best class gets balanced and you just keep chasing. Well, yeah, you do. But that's the thing. Like they have to balance some bit of balance somewhere, right? If something is way too overpowered or way underpowered, they need to solve that problem. Like I just disagree with the argument that I play a class for fun. People don't. They say that, but then they don't. They'll play it for a little while because, oh, I'm having fun playing the rogue. Yay, this is cool. They hit level 30 and they realize that they're the worst DPS in the group. They're worse than a fighter, and a fighter's a tank. And then they're like, this sucks. Like this isn't fun anymore. So yeah, I just disagree with the argument. It's kind of like people saying that oh, I don't play the meta. I play the opposite of the meta. Okay. Like, it's funny when tanks, I use tanks a lot as my examples. I think it's funny when tanks are, when tanks say stuff like, I use a sword and shield because it's not meta. Okay, well now you're getting less aggro, you're getting less threat, you're doing less damage, and you're really not taking that much less damage, and you're just making the entire group, you're making the game way more difficult for your entire group. And I just find it funny because they eventually will switch off of it, or they just won't get groups. It's a problem, man. It's a big problem in the game. I hate the term meta and I don't play it. Well, then expect to not get many groups, right? Like, I'm not saying everybody should play meta. I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is the classes should be balanced so that the meta isn't as important. But if the classes are so far out of balance, people learn what the meta is, and then the people that specifically don't play the meta get outcasted by the community as a whole, and they don't get groups, they get shunned, all that kind of stuff. Hang on, I gotta interrupt that. So, yeah. How can you play this game? You can opt in for the beta off their website, monstermemories.com, create an account, opt in for beta, and every Friday they do a drawing for the beta. I do some periodic giveaways, access giveaways, if I have access. So you can stick around in the channel, or you can ask around for other people that have a friend invite. So whenever you get invited to the beta by the devs, you get a friend invite to go along with it, and not everyone is using their friend invite. So, did you say tank should use two-hander? It depends. The 3 of the tanks probably should use two-hander, yes, most of the time, because that's how they're going to hold aggro. If you're playing a tank right now and you're using a shield, you're probably going to struggle holding aggro. And you're not going to really mitigate that much more damage. You're going to mitigate a little bit more, of course, because you can block with the shield, but it's so negligible, it's not even worth it. So, there you go. Yeah. So, I mean, play the game however you want. I don't care. Like, that's totally up to you, but, yeah, I recommend certain ways to play the game because they're just far better. You know, it's just far better. If you can get a good two-handed weapon for a Paladin or Shadow Knight or Inquisitor, you're gonna be a lot more successful than you are with trying to play with a sword and shield. And people are going to appreciate you more because you're able to hold aggro. YouTube's broken again today? Oh my gosh. Yeah, I don't know why it does that sometimes, where I can't read a YouTube chat, so I apologize. I'll open up YouTube chat on a separate window. But thank you for letting me know. I appreciate it. Give me a moment to pull that up. The heck? That's such a pain in the butt with YouTube. This restream and OBS and stuff just doesn't work sometimes. It was working, though, earlier, I thought. I don't know what changed. I guess it just got disconnected. Alright. I'm pulling up YouTube chat again. We should be good in just a minute. Do you need special tank spec in this game, or can you change talents? There is no talent system or anything like that. So, you just play a tank class, you're a tank. There's no, like... What a lot of people want to do in this game is they want to be able to switch roles like you can in World of Warcraft. You don't do that in this game. If you play a tank, you're a tank. You're not a DPS. So like a fighter is a tank. It is not a DPS. Even if you try to spec DPS. Like I'm going to get all DPS items on my tank and get the highest strength and highest dex I could possibly get. And now, all of a sudden, I'm a DPS class. That's not how it works. Even no matter how much people want that to be the case, that is not how that works. Yeah, monks are not tanks. Yeah, they are not tanks. They are DPS. So you have fighters, inquisitors, paladins, and shadow knights. They are tanks. Nothing. I mean, they can do other things, but they are tanks. That's their role. How's the character progression feel so far in the game? It's okay to me. Like, you mean like the speed of it, or itemization, or what? Like, the speed of it, it's slow, but you can get through it. I personally would like it to slow down a little bit. I think it's a little bit too fast, but that's my taste. I play a lot more than most people do, so you know, a lot of people disagree with me on that. Like, no, it's way too slow. But it's gonna take you some time to get to max level in this game, for sure. What camp? We're camping 2 named mobs here. There's one called... Okay, I thought we had a second Spicy Razik. We are camping Spicy Razik and Call... blah, 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 whatever his name is. I forget. We're doing those 2. So it's just a giant camp. It's not good XP. It's for items. I'm going to be Tank Spellblade? Yeah, don't do that. What tank does the best when soloing or goofing around in the world? Will group... Shadow Knight right now is the best overall tank. So if you want to be able to group or solo, Shadow Knight's the way to go. The other 3 tanks do not solo very well. Fighter being the worst solo class. So if you really want to solo, don't pick Fighter right now. It's the worst solo class. It's like literally the second worst solo class in the game. But Inquisitor's not far behind. All the instant gratification is super small attention span, apps, games. It makes games like this hard to survive. What do you think? I mean, no, yeah, it absolutely does. Sure. Yeah, but like games, most games these days are, you know, get everything as quickly as possible. And World of Warcraft kind of ruined that, I feel like, for a lot of people because it made everything soloable. Well, not everything, but it made a lot of the game soloable. It made obtaining items easier. You know, it did a lot of that stuff. And I feel like it kind of ruined MMOs. I like World of Warcraft. It's a fun game, but I feel like it ruined the old school MMO, which I enjoy. I enjoy the social aspect of it. I enjoy the grouping and the camping mobs and all that. Like I like that. And I know other people, some people will like it, some people won't like it. You know, we all play games differently for different reasons. But I think there's a lot of people that do like this style of gameplay, and not very many developers are willing to make this kind of game. They're honestly afraid to make this kind of game, it seems like, because it's not popular enough. It doesn't make enough money. So that's what I like about this dev team is they're willing to just be like, you know what? If we don't make a ton of money, we don't make a ton of money. But we're going to make the game that a niche group of people wants, which is the grouping aspect and the social aspect, which I really like. Make it slower, Twig? You think so? I would make it slower. I would love to see the game slower. Is it gratifying when you level and get upgrades? I think it is, yeah. Wizard revamp affected enemy wizard mobs? Yes and no. Most enemy wizard mobs still have the old school, like the highest level one. Like over here with these giants, they still cast Flames of Eth, which is it's an old nuke that wizards had. Well, wizards and elementalists had. So they still cast it. But they also cast some of the new spells too, so it's kind of weird. They cast it yesterday, Isar. We were fighting what's his name was casting it. That named over there was casting it. Yeah, well, yeah, the Geomancers were. So I guess that's because the Elementalist hasn't been revamped yet, but Wizards may not. Weren't you telling him to stop that cast? Yeah, we were interrupting that cast because it does a ton of damage. Yeah, the worst part about Wizards now is they cast Root. They cast Root and they cast Snare. So they're kind of hard to get away from for pulling. But other than that, they don't really do a whole lot of damage anymore. I do wonder what else they can do to make the mobs unique. A lot of mobs have Bola Snare now. Yeah, so they made the melee mobs. They added... Oh, I think I don't know if that's the named up or not. I think the named is up. They cast bolas to snare you or whatever. They have charge. They have stuns. They have all sorts of like specifically the melee mobs do a lot of that. The non-melee mobs, the caster mobs, don't really do anything new. So it's just supposed to make it to where the melee mobs are now just as challenging or more challenging than they used to be. Because for a while, melee mobs were just a joke. Like, they were super easy. I pulled a wolf. Sorry. We're trying to get volts here. How do you make them fun and challenging without annoying? That's tough, yeah. I can get on Discord. Give me a second. Yeah, it's very challenging. Can these giant wolves be tamed? They can be, but they just become regular wolves. Yeah, they don't, you can't have giant wolves. Okay. Golly, dude. My computer's like capping out at 100% again. Alright. Sorry about that. I think we're trying to get somebody else to the camp over here. Oh, man. Sleepy, sleepy. I really hope I can get all my driving done today so I can not have to work again tomorrow. Let me actually look at that real quick, like, see how much I gotta do. He said he was up by the forge. Oh, he fell down to the spiders. That's kind of a pain to get back up. He's gonna have to either go through the invisible tunnel thing or all the way back around. Remember that tunnel that we used to go through down there? The spiders are, and you got to like go through the hidden wall thing. Did they break this again where these wolves reappear? Like I loot things and then I jump around. This used to cause like the mobs to come back. But I thought they fixed it. Who dat? Oh, it's Gith's. Gith silhouette. I see a little silhouette of a Gith. Scaramouche, Scaramouche. Thunderbolt and lightning, very, very frightening. Galileo, Galileo. I love that song. Yeah, let's look at while we're trying to get him over here. We'll poke around the forums for a minute. Let's see. Please check your spam folders. Next is slated to be for Tuesday, which will be these things. Have a great weekend. That's, I think, all we have there. And then I think they're trying to get everything moved from here. Yeah, they locked these class forums, and they're trying to get everything on the actual forums now, which is honestly kind of a pain in the butt. They changed the colors. Look at that. They changed the colors of all these things up here. That's good. But they made them all the same color now. But at least they're not like bright green, like fluorescent green. Like, holy moly. That was tough to look at. Takes a little time to level up. Sure does. I concur. Leveling to 60 should take forever, ideally. Most people just have jobs, socialized families, other hobbies, etc. The average player isn't going to know life this game. They can't appeal to just the unemployed. The problem with this right here is they're not trying to appeal to just the unemployed. They're trying to make it for a niche group of people. They're not trying to make a game for the people that have jobs, socialized families, and other hobbies and all that. Like, it's so like mind-boggling to me why people are like, well, you can't make it for those people. You have to make it for those people. Why? Like, if there's people that want this to be their hobby and this is what they do in their free time and they want it to take a long time, why can't a company make a game for those people? I don't understand that. It doesn't make any sense. Also, a lot of players do crafting, exploring things. Most aren't just grinding camps. That is true. The game is also designed to be alt-friendly. Each module is a new 1 to 60 experience. Kind of. Maybe. We'll see. Depends if you're taking a solo, poop soccer, or normal players. Yeah. I think this is where it's just going to be a mix, right? It's going to be a mix of people. Some people are going to want it to be slow. Some people are going to want it to be a little bit faster. Everyone seems to be soloing instead of grouping. Does this need addressing? Yes, it absolutely needs addressing. Yeah. My preference is strongly in favor of players being social and grouping with one another rather than soloing. It seems fine, sort of, to have some classes who can solo, but lately it feels like every class can solo, and this is what everyone chooses to do. If the devs intend to encourage grouping, they may want to consider making it a slight change, like adding an XP penalty for soloing prior to EA. Balancing this after EA seems likely to upset people. 1000%. I've been saying this for a year about this game. It is meant to be a grouping social game, and soloing is just a far better way to play it. Currently, there are a ton of tweaks and high-level buffs to allow people to solo easily. That's another issue that I've been saying for a while. On launch, this won't be as bad. It doesn't matter if it's on launch. For the first month, not months. For the first month, maybe that'll be the thing. But after that, yeah. The gear people using, low alt, solo, expensive, rare, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, it's... People are trying to make excuses for it. It's an issue. It's definitely a problem. 1000% a problem. I don't think there's a problem with people soloing if that's how they prefer to play. It's not a problem. The incentives to form join groups just needs to be increased. Yes, this is... I agree with this guy right here. Like, people should be able to solo if they want to play that way, but make it to where groups are better. Tweak the XP formula to slow down soloing and speed up grouping. Maybe some kind of bonus. There is a bonus, by the way, for grouping. But anyway, this guy is just he's a big advocate for speeding up the game. Like, every time I see him post, it's make the game soloable, make it super easy, make it fast, make it where I can get every item super quick. Yeah, this guy he needs to play EverQuest Legends. That's the game for him. The guy is just complaining about Cleric being able to solo. Who was? T-Poon was complaining about the Cleric being able to solo? I've also been saying make it easier to group somehow. I don't have an answer. Yeah. Tuesday, the creator. Oh. This guy was? Well, right now, Cleric is a lot easier to solo. They have made the game a lot easier to solo lately. Like, well, I don't know. They've done some adjustments to make soloing harder, but they've done some adjustments to make soloing easier. They've done both of those things recently to where it's just kind of evened out and the game is still very soloable. Anyway, I'm not going to keep going on and on and on about that. This is supposed to be a group-focused game, so. Will Paladins retain res? If so, it'll be unlocked earlier than level 44. They get it? Don't they get a res before level 44? I thought they did. Seems kind of poopy if they don't get a res till 44. Like even the 25% res. Is it possible to get a transfer or another key off the PvP server? Gee. I wonder what this guy says about this. Friends and I are not having fun anymore. Oh, I think I read this one. Yeah, it's 24 days ago. I read this one. Wouldn't mind seeing more done with PvP after 1.0. Yeah, it's... This is a high contention thing as well. Cook food over consumption. If you are not full, forced consumption of stat food, cooked food, right-clicking the food will consume 2. That's not good. That's kind of annoying. Fighter kick scroll not being sold? Uh-oh. You submitted that bug? The food bug? Yeah, I heard about that one. I haven't used it yet. RIP DPS Fighter. I have to say I approve of the changes with Fighter, and I am enjoying reading all the comments in their section. Fighter is still a very, very high DPS and needs to be changed. So I don't know why they say RIP DPS Fighter. They made DPS better on the Fighter. I don't know what else to say. They didn't really take away any DPS. They gave them like if you look at my Fighter, I now have before I had Rend and Frenzy. Now I also have Feint and I can do Shield Bash. So technically my DPS went up, not down. Just saying. Oh, whoops. Need to invite Ethar. Yeah, like I don't know what else to say about that. I wonder what people are saying about it here, though. I read some of these the other day. Having Vengeance be a chance of being hit proc leads to a few issues directly and then even more indirectly. Issues I saw last night with it. If you want me to pull? Okay. No worries. Alright, let's start pulling. Yeah, that's one thing that people have to get through their thick skulls, right? Is that classes have specific roles in this game. You are whatever your class dictates that you are. There isn't this oh, I'm going to play this class as this role. That doesn't exist. A druid that plays only as a DPS is not a thing. Like, you don't just get into a group and you're like, I'm strictly going to DPS. You have to get another healer. They're going to expect you to heal. So if you don't want to heal, don't play a druid. Alright, is this guy back up yet? Yeah, let's get this guy. I'm going to switch to my tactician stance. I didn't know if I was going to resist there or not. Wall of Force? I don't want to deal with that. Oh, gate. That's even worse. Oh, shoot. I thought I interrupted that. I did not. Oopsie daisies. Root. 13 seconds. Grouping should be the fastest XP period. I agree with you. You should be able to solo. Not everyone has hours to group. Incentivize grouping. Like more gold, more loot. And people will. Yeah, I think that XP is the main thing you want, though. Up to level 60, right? So they have to incentivize grouping through XP. I grouped on my fighter from level 1 to 60. And I soloed on my wizard from level 1 to 60. Soloing on my wizard, I did it in under 200 hours. And grouping on my fighter took over 400 hours. So over twice the amount of time, XP-wise. And I ended up with more money, like coin, on my wizard. So overall, the wizard was just better. The only thing that on my fighter, I would get more, I could get more gear because I was grouping. But the problem with the gear is it incentivizes people to group until they get their item and then go straight back to soloing. That's the issue with it. They need to incentivize it to keep people in groups pushing forward and continuing to play together, right? So, yeah, anyway, I feel like that wolf needs a move. I feel like yeah, grouping just needs to be more incentivized. Yeah, we've talked about it many times. Like it comes up every like 10 minutes or something, it feels like. And the long version, or the short long version is that they're trying to punish soloing rather than incentivize grouping. And I think they should go the opposite of that. Incentivize grouping. Just incentivize it more. Don't just try to punish soloing all the time. Because people are going to figure out how to solo. If solo is just better in every way, then they're going to figure out how to do it. They're going to find a way to do it. Like, I don't want to be mean to the devs, but I promise you that the thousands of players will figure out a better way to play the game than the way that the devs are trying to program it. Like, they're always going to find the path of least resistance eventually. Might take a little while, but they will always find the path of least resistance. The devs are not going to be, they're not going to outsmart the players. That has never happened in gaming that I've ever seen in my 40 plus years of gaming. Never once have I seen that. Players always figure out loopholes every time. All right, I'm just gonna pull these guys. They're all getting. We're gonna get 2. That part for me doesn't matter as much as the argument on both sides. Which part? But anyway. I also like that monks cheesing named using fire dots seems to be a thing of the past. Oh yeah, they've removed that. They basically removed the fire dot. So can't see the health. Yeah, it's buggy. Hey, what's going on, Noke? Is it Noke 2? Nokta? How are you? My account page says PvP only, closed tester, just being invited to PvP beta. Probably, yeah. I'm doing well, doing well. Does killing a pet give more XP? No. No, you don't need to kill pets. They give 0 XP. Are there any enchanters in their charm killing? Over here? I don't know, maybe. Not in our group, there's not. Oh, yeah, I forgot I'm leader. Right, yeah, you're lead. I sent her an invite, but I gave you lead. Okay. What's the role of Beastmaster in a group setting? DPS. With a little bit of utility. It's mostly DPS, though. And their utility comes from their pets. So, like, they can off-tank with their pets. Like, you accidentally pull an extra mob, you send the pet on the extra mob while the group kills the other mob. If they have a spider pet, they can root another mob. So that's kind of what they're made for. We have utility? Yeah. You do have some utility. Believe it or not. Little off-tanking using root or a wasp pet if you don't have a shaman or enchanter to slow in your party. Stuff like that. Necromancers still have to be skeletal form all the time? They don't have to be, but they want to be because of the mana regen. Sacrificing life for mana. Thought Skelly form just looked cool? No, it's actually a buff. It's their Lich form. So it drains health and gives them mana at the cost of health. So it's about as good, almost as good as Clarity is, or whatever they call it in this game, Enlightenment. It's almost as good as Enlightenment. It might actually be better than Enlightenment at some levels. Let's get this guy. This bandit. Hello, bandit. No, that's fine. I wonder if I can get this guy without pulling the other one. Let's find out. Sometimes these guys will like aggro their friends and sometimes they won't. No, he didn't aggro his friend. Shocking. What is that garbage? 5 damage, 26 delay, bludgeoning, a crude doll mermaid, and a hand-stitched sea blue dress. It's black crude silk hair is a tangled mess. Its one remaining button tangles by the thread. Someone used it like a club. Alright. Interesting. Gotta be very brave to tank in this game. Why is that? Trying to farm today? So there's 2 named over here. There's Spicy Razik, though, drops a good one-handed staff and also some really good shoulders. I think we're just trying to get the shoulders, though. They're like best leather shoulders in the game. I think they're leather. Pretty sure they're leather. But yeah, best leather shoulders in the game. Dying is scary. I mean, if a tank dies, everybody dies most of the time. Or a lot of the time. So, it's to the group's advantage to keep the tank alive. And that's how it should be. If the tank dies, I mean, mobs should just go and wreck everybody else. If you have a wizard, you can evacuate. Wizard and druid can evac the group at level 55. Oh gosh, hiccups. They can evac the group at level 55, but any of the spellcasters can gate out at any time. So I guess technically you can evacuate earlier by just like doing the evac spells to like, but like if you're in, let's say, Shallow Shoals and you're under level 55 and you evac to like Glass Flats or something, you're going to evac to a really far away. So you don't really want to do that too much. It's an emergency use only, because running back is a pain in the butt. depending on where you are. Like, I wouldn't want to be out in the middle of shallow shoals somewhere and then evac. We druids get an evac in Monster Memories. Druids get evac as well, yeah. Yeah. At level 55, you get evacuate. Group evacuate. At level... I don't remember what level you get. You get a solo version of it at some level where you can evacuate within that zone. And then you get a group version of it at level 55. And that teleports you to a safe place within the zone. How you doing, Bard? Welcome back, my friend. Welcome back. He's spicy Razik. As the one spicy meatball. Holy moly. What the heck did he hit me with? Wait, why did I just go to 0 health and then back to full health? Do you guys see that? What the heck was that? Can that kill you? Like if I was low health and it's a visual bug that kills me like that? You've been doing that a lot for me in the last week or so? Maybe I haven't been paying attention to it. You can be at 0 and be fine? Weird. I haven't noticed players doing it. Well, I noticed that was a thing with players when you used to trade with players. It would unequip all their gear and then re-equip all their gear, and that was really annoying. So it would like reduce your health and mana pools quite a bit. But they fixed that, but I haven't noticed the notice it on players other than that. Interesting. How you doing, Mimi? Yeah, the encumbered thing has happened to me quite a bit. Every time I run out of a bank, doesn't matter where I'm at, when I run out of a bank, I become encumbered briefly. Yeah, what the heck is that? He's spamming static field? Oh, we got the shoulders. We staying here?
Yeah. Yeah.
Alright, yeah, we'll just keep doing this then for a little bit. I mean, no real reason to change. I'm only going to be another hour and a half and I got to go anyway. Anyway. I'm stuck at work. Someone was supposed to come a half an hour ago. Oh, no! Supposed to relieve you a half hour ago and they never showed up? I can't hit this mob. Doo-dah, doo-dah. Oh my gosh. so annoying, dude. You're self-employed. Customer said they'd come in and haven't. Oof. Yeah, that's rough. I've been there before. Been there, done that. When you walk slow, yeah, when you go in and out of the bank and you walk super slow for a second, it's because it's like reloading your inventory, and it lowers your strength because all your strength comes off of your character and reloads the inventory, so it kind of temporarily snares you because you're encumbered. I don't like dealing with these casters, man. They're a pain in the butt. Pain in the bootay. Any plans to make a deep gnome or deep elf? I mean, I might make one. It depends on what they bring in next week. So on Tuesday next week, they're supposed to be bringing in the deep stuff. Well, maybe Inquisitor, Shaman. So, yeah, I might make like a deep elf or deep gnome inquisitor or something. But they may also bring in Fallen Watch. And if they bring in Fallen Watch, I'm probably going to go do that. A lot. I'll probably be camping that at least for the first few days. So, yeah, it's just a lot of content coming in kind of all at once. They may also be putting in raids next week, which is going to really stink. If they put in raids next Tuesday, which they might do, I'll be out of town next weekend for my stepdad's celebration of life. So I won't be around to do the raids. Wow, 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 wow.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
That's assuming that the raids are in and even doable. Who knows? They could be completely broken. Any giveaways today? I don't have any that I'm giving away today, no. PvP invite only. You won the PvP only lottery. Only approval. You access PvP server? Yeah, it's a bummer. It's a bummer for sure. I feel badly for anyone that has PvP only access. Oh my goodness gracious. Every stinking time. We keep getting these mobs together because we're killing them together so much. I gotta try to split these up.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
3 ink? Are there 3? Oh, there are 3. Holy moly. What the heck? Well, I gotta switch to all of them, so. Otherwise, I won't be able to hold thread. PvP realm is attack everywhere, every time, right? I mean, basically, yeah. People will lie to you and they'll say that it's not that bad, just because they have yet to experience it. But yeah, it's basically anybody can PvP you pretty much. Well, not anybody, but it's within a certain level. It's like 5 level range. You have to be level 5 before you can PvP, and then it's a 4 level range after that. So if you're level 5, they can kill you at level 9. I think it's 5 level range. Doesn't mean they always will, but chances are you're going to get griefed at some point. Very high chance of it. Guards will protect you, but if there isn't one, yeah. The guards will protect you if they see somebody attack you in town. But, yeah, that's a whole other thing. All I can say is be careful in PvP. It's a madhouse. What do we got? Spicy meatball. Does he have the staff again? Or the... What is that? Is that a sword? The heck is he carrying? Nothing. He's not carrying nothing. I'm just blind. Let's see what he has this time. Loot pinata. Hey, we got the polished sandstone, which is pretty much garbage. A wolf fart. Wolf fart. I don't want to pull that mob over there. Do you know the pricing for Savage Club, Stirring Sick, and Hammer of Forging? I have no idea what the price on those are now. But I can show them to you. Because I've got all three of them. There's one. There's the other one. And there's the third one. But I have no idea how much they're selling for. I just happen to have all three on me right now. I'm not selling it. No, I'm not selling the Savage Club. I would use the Savage Club and the Elemental Forging Hammer if I'm trying to maximize my armor class. That's the reason I have those. Any clue why I should search email for to find buddy keys? Welcome to M&M or welcome to Monsters of Memory, something like that. Welcome to something is, I believe, the title of the thing. Are mounts in game? Technically, mounts are in game, yes, but they're not worth using as mounts. They are, they're basically pack mules, but you can ride them, but you don't ride them for run speed. Yeah, they're just not really worth using at the moment, unless you just want extra inventory space. Oh, I just noticed that YouTube's finally connected again. Thank goodness. I can close this extra window. Which is causing my computer some grief. Oh, you want your buddy keys? Yeah, if you want to find your friend keys, I'll show you exactly what to do with that. Go here to monstersofmemories.com. Click on play up here at the top. Go over here to the side where your little drop-down menu is. Go to invite friends, and then this is where it's going to list buddy keys if you have any. And I don't have any extras now. I've used all my buddy keys that I've been given. So that's where it lists them at. Okay. Do we all need to camp? I'll camp too. Okay. Esar broke the group. How rude. How rude. Oh no. These mobs are going to be on a different... I'm going to pull this so we can keep it separated. Somebody heal me. Esar will invite us again in a minute. Somebody heal me. I just want to keep these so we don't have to... Ah, I pulled two again. Dagnabbit. I was trying to pull them quickly so we can separate these, but I did not do it. I failed. I'm a big failure. Do you just randomly give out buddy keys? When I have them, yeah. If they give me buddy keys to give out, I give them out. You have a buddy key to give away? You are welcome to give it away to anybody you want, or if you want me to give it away, you can PM me on Discord, and I will give them away next time I get a chance. Maybe tomorrow. I think I have one other one right now on Discord. It depends. When I have time to do it, I'll do it. So maybe we'll do it tomorrow or Monday. If I get a couple of keys to give out. But at the moment, I do have one that I could give that somebody, another player gave me their friend code to give out to somebody. So. Think you have 3? I'll send you what I have. Yeah, if you have 3 of them, yeah, send them on over. I will do a giveaway for them at some point. We had a lot of success giving them away last week. We gave out, I don't know, 11 or 12 friend keys last week. It was very nice. It helped out me. It helped out the community. We all made some friends. Possibly made some frenemies. Who knows? Did you end up finding out if they did anything about the one that got leaked? Yeah, I talked to Sean about it. I don't know if they're going to do anything about it or not. He asked me if I cared, and I said I don't really care either way. If somebody, it was my fault for alt-tabbing over and showing them. That was totally on me. And I told him about it, and he goes, well, do you care if we do anything about it? I was like, no, I don't care either way. Like, you guys do whatever you want. I just wanted them to be aware of it. So I don't know if they're going to let the person keep playing or if they revoke their access or what. Oh, game locked up. No, it didn't. Well, it did for a second. They figure out who it was. I'm sure they can figure out who it was, but I don't. They didn't say who it was to me. They didn't. It's whatever. You got a PvP friend invite if anyone interested? There was, yeah, there were some people that were looking specifically for PvP invites. There's like 1 or 2 people that were looking. One or 2 people, man, they're gonna double the PvP population. Oh no, what are we gonna do? There's gonna be so many people on the PvP server now. You're gonna have to open up a new server. I like that we can all make fun of the PvP server together. I DM'd you all 3 keys. Awesome. Yeah, I'll set them up. Probably giveaway. We'll probably do it Monday because, well, maybe tomorrow, but probably Monday. Yeah, the worst part about them is the root and snare that they do. Ooh, 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 ooh. Oh, these giants. Do 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 do. You would think that everybody with a PvP key would be giving those away like candy. They could give it to somebody and be like, hey, here's my friend key. Make a character, and then I'll kill you as soon as you get level 5. That'd be so mean. If somebody like gave you a PvP key just so that they could grief you. Oh my gosh, dude. That'd be so mean. Is in-game mostly just one mob pulling stuff? Right now, it's in-game is basically gearing up for potential raids in the future. But they will have raids in the future, multi-group content. They will have that. My slash play on this character? I could check. But I played a lot of characters, so. This particular character's 34 days, 5 hours, 47 minutes.
Yeah.
That only counts for this character, though, so. You gotta add up, like, all my characters together to get total played time. I think this one is the most played, though. My wizard probably second most played. Then I have a Spellblade, and I have a Beastmaster. So yeah. That's 4 times your WoW Classic character to 60? Oh, I mean, getting to 60 took about 400, a little over 400 hours for me. Like it was like right at 400 hours, I think. Yeah, you're gonna get there much faster on a on World of Warcraft than you will. Oh my gosh, I got the hiccups today. Much faster in World of Warcraft than you will in this game, for sure. Can we pull this guy before the wolf spawns? Oh my goodness, did we actually separate them? Holy moly, I may have done it. By golly. By golly, we barely did it, but we did it. Who does the most DPS in order from highest to lowest? Rogue, Spellblade, Beastmaster, Monk. Out of those four, Spellblade, Beastmaster, Monk, Rogue is what I would say. Rogue just feels bad. Rogue might beat out the Monk. Maybe. If you get it, once you gear it up. But I don't know, to be honest. But Spellblade, I would say, is the best out of those four for sure. Right now. But it's also, in my opinion, the worst class to play. I don't like the gameplay of the Spellblade, but that's just a preference thing. That's that's not a anything but just I just don't like the way that it plays. You gotta like stance dancing. Hope they take a look at conduit mechanic. Yeah, what do you not like about it? That's pretty much why I don't like that class. Is because you have to go. You basically go to. What is it? The I don't know. You go to one stance, use conduit. Go to another stance, and use discharge. You go to a different stance. It's just annoying. That it locks you out of your stance and puts it on a long cooldown. Gotcha. Yeah, that's why I don't like the Spellblade gameplay. Is the stance dancing and being locked out of stances and all. It's just okay. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't like it. It's just not fun gameplay to me. That's how Monk works also? No, it's different. Trust me, it's different. Monk doesn't need to do stance dancing. A Monk can change stance, just like a fighter. Like, I can change stances as well, right? I can, but I don't have to. Would rather have like a 10-second cooldown on conduit? Yeah. With the fire, well, they don't have, monks don't have the fire dot anymore. Fire dot's gone. It's out of the game. So yeah, monk, don't worry about the fire dot anymore on the monk. That was a broken mechanic, and they removed it. Oh no! We got another wolf. Hello, Wolfie. Before the update? Yeah, well, before the update, you didn't really need to stance dance, though, on the monk. You just proc the fire dot, feign death. And then proc the fire dot, feign death. Took forever to kill something, but you could do it. But, you know, on the Spellblade, you actually want to... You go to one stance, use an ability. Go to another stance, use an ability. Go to another stance, use an ability. Okay. And then you cycle back through. You keep cycling from one stance and using another ability. You're constantly doing it, which is the stance dancing that I don't prefer. It would be like if my offensive stance, I could use my Rend and Frenzy, but then I had to be in defensive stance to use Shield Bash and Feint. Then I would have to switch between offensive stance and defensive stance to constantly use all of my abilities. And it would feel really bad if they do that. If they do that gameplay on the fighter after EA, I'm going to be pretty irritated. Because they're creating the class, this is how they want it to play, and then they could potentially change the class completely after EA starts, and I'm like 1,000 hours into my character, and I'm like, really? Like, really? You know, like, that's what irritates me about all these class updates is at any point in time, I mean, it is beta right now, so in beta, it's fine. But at any point in time, they could completely rework how the class plays. And that's going to feel really bad if you're paying and you've leveled up a character and, you know, you put in a ton of time into that character and you like the way that it plays, and then all of a sudden they're just like, by the way, your class is now this other thing. What kind of level do you think I need to get to feel for the character? I would recommend at least level 20 before you decide whether if that character is right or wrong for you. Like you could say this character sucks at level 1 to 15, and then all of a sudden you get a new ability and you're like, okay, this feels good. You could also be like, hey, this class is fun from level 1 to 15, and then you get up to like 20 and you're like, oh, this is awful. The Spellblade, for example, doesn't start to feel bad, in my opinion, until about level 16. Because I think at 16 is when you have all 3 of the stances and all 3 of the associated abilities with those stances. Then all of a sudden you're like, oh, wait a minute, I have to constantly switch stances. I think my Spellblade was about level 30 when I started to mess around with that and started to play with it. And I was like, I do not like the Spellblade. So I leveled it from 1 to 30 without even realizing the actual intended gameplay of the Spellblade. So, yeah. I would say at least level 20. How many levels in have you got most of the class kits? Personally, I've only leveled a few of the classes from 1 to like, 30 or something. But I have access to a lot of the different classes in the game. Like I have access to high level cleric, shaman, monk, elementalist, bard, fighter, wizard. Like I've got access to a lot of them. So I've played them all at different levels. And then in alpha, I played the enchanter a bunch, which hasn't changed since alpha, really. So yeah, I've played almost all of them. Not all of them, but almost all of them. Probably 15 out of the 18. I played to some extent. So, is there a main story quest or lore in game, or just grinding sandbox? There is lore. There's not a main story quest. No, that doesn't exist. Because the game is it's a sandbox game. Your story is what you do. There's not like a main overall, hey, you are the main character. There is no main character in this game. Like Final Fantasy XIV, you're the main character in the story. Even in World of Warcraft, you're kind of the main character in the story. But yeah, this game there's a lot of lore and stuff you can go find, but you're not the main character at all. What's Bard gameplay? Bard gameplay is press 1, wait 3 seconds, press 2, wait 3 seconds, press 3, wait 3 seconds, press 4, and start over. That's it. Now, Bard gameplay is pretty awful, in my opinion. I don't like it. Some people might like it. They might be like, I got ADHD and I just want to have to hit a button every 3 seconds. Okay, cool. Then Bard's for you. Hey, what's going on, Helter Smelter? How are you doing, bud? I mean, we can. Yeah, I can't today, but we can if people want to. Oh yeah, if they open that up, yeah, I'm gonna be busy. Even if they open it for level 40s, like I'll take in a character. I've got a character you can play too, if you want to. Like I assume you probably want to see it. So yeah, you can play like Burl's character, or you can play one of mine, and I can play Burl. But I think Hoku wants to go in there too with a bunch of level 40s if they do level lock it. So yeah, we'll figure it out. We'll get a group going for it. Are the Bard songs at least impactful? That's the problem. That's the biggest problem with them right now. Is Bards are one of the weakest classes in the game currently, outside of Charm. Like take Charm out of the equation, and they're probably the overall weakest class in the game. Yeah. Oh, I've got the wisdom thing for you, the bracer enchant. So yeah, Bards right now, the problem with Bards is that their songs they only last for 18 seconds, and they're kind of lackluster. Like an enchanter can give you a 1 hour haste buff, they can give you a 1 hour clarity buff, both of which are better than a Bard. But the Bard has to be in your group, and it only lasts for 18 seconds. And it's like, why? The Bard, however, does have an over haste ability, so it's a secondary haste that will stack with all primary haste, which is good because then a Bard can increase the effectiveness of the group by like 10 or 15 or something percent, 20%, whatever their over haste is. I don't remember how much it is. But they can do that, which is probably one of their best abilities. But unfortunately, outside of that, Bards are just kind of meh. Yeah, they need like their ability should be strong. What about it? Oh yeah, it's really annoying. Is there any raid mobs in the game at the moment? Not right now, but they might be coming back soon. They had raid mobs in. They were very broken. They're basically the short version is that the short version is they were broken. They were too easy. They didn't work right. Mechanics didn't work properly. Yeah, all around too easy. They're fixing them and bringing them back though. Would be cool if instruments were more impactful too. Yeah, that's another thing. What Rogue is saying is that instruments right now they do something. Like they increase the effectiveness of the skill by 10% or 20% or whatever they say on them. But it's not an addition; it's a multiplication. So if you have like a, let's say, 50% haste, and it increases it by 10%. It gives you 5 more haste, 5% more haste, not 10% more haste. Or if you're getting 10 mana regen, it goes from 10 to 11 because it's like 10% more mana regen. So it just doesn't feel very great right now. Like why would you use an instrument that's going to be negligible because it takes up one of your slots for your hands, right? So you can either dual wield a weapon and do additional damage, or you can hold an instrument to get 1 more mana regen, for example. Which one do you think is better? So that's the problem with it. Bring Melody and I'll play a Bard. They're not doing Melody. So if you want Melody, if you won't play a Bard without Melody, then they're not planning on doing Melody. Could that change? Absolutely it could, but they're not planning on it. Which I think feels bad. Like I don't know why they're so against Melody. I feel like they're just trying to be too old school just for old school's sake sometimes. Feels bad. AoE has Melody? Yeah, I think it does. Yeah. Well, it does because you're saying it does, but yeah, they don't necessarily need Melody, but it would be nice if they had anything in place just to make the Bard gameplay better. Like just right now, it's literally Cast a spell every 3 seconds. And and another issue with Bard is a lot of people want Bards to pull. Bards are not this amazing, spectacular puller. That is a carryover from EverQuest that people continue to try to be like, Bards are amazing pullers, best puller in the game. Well, that's because you don't understand the game. Like, straight up. Like, I'm going to call people out on it. It's because you don't know how the game functions. And you're just assuming, you're making an assumption based on a previous game, which is EverQuest. Which is an okay assumption. That's not always wrong, necessarily. But in this case, it is wrong. So Bards are not the best pullers, but people think they are. So what ends up happening, though, with Bards is a Bard, because their songs last 18 seconds, they cast a spell, let's say Mana Regen or Haste, and then they run off to go pull another mob. And then they get back to the party. Well, now they got to recast those spells because the Haste and Mana Regen are going to wear off. So you're not going to keep that buff up all the time. So it feels really bad. You don't really want a Bard pulling in your party. You're not going to keep their buffs. So very frustrating. So many people think this should be EQ the second. They do. Yeah, I agree. Monk are best pullers right now with Pinning Throw. Monks have always been the best puller. The only issue with monks is they were slower at pulling. Because what people were using is lull to pull. So they had bards, they would go and lull different mobs and then pull them. That's partly why people think that bards are the best pullers. Which makes bards okay pullers because, yes, they can lull the mob. But let's say there's 5 mobs in a group, right? Or let's say 3 mobs in a group. Bard goes in and they try to lull one mob and they get a resist on it. Well, what happens? They pull 3 mobs. So now the Bard has 3 mobs. They pull it back to the camp. Now they have to mez 2 of those 3 mobs. So there goes 2 of their buffs. Right off the top, 2 buffs are gone. So now they have to maintain 2 mezzes and then try to keep up 3 buffs because they can rotate 5 spells at a time or 5 songs at a time. So, you see what it does, though, is it just kind of takes the Bard out of the fight. Meanwhile, you have an Enchanter. The Enchanter gets a resist on a lull, let's say. They bring those 3 mobs in. They mez one of them. They charm a second one. They use the charm mob to fight the third one, which is doing more DPS than anybody else. And they have haste and enlightenment on everybody in the party, so they're already getting the best mana regen and the best haste. And they can mana regen, they can mana drain, they can stun. You see what I'm saying? Like, they can just do all of these things all at the same time. The Bard, oh crap, it's gonna gate. My kicked missed. And we're gonna get 2 mobs now. I definitely kicked it, but I guess it missed. I hate that. Here, let's grab this guy. Anyway, so you see my point is why bards right now feel bad, right? They just feel bad because of the there's just a by far better class, which is the Enchanter. Like, it's night and day difference. Bard Charm needs rework. Should be full resist or full duration instead of breaking constantly. They're going to be removing, literally they said, Bard Charm gameplay is basically going away. The way that they had it functioning before. I don't know if they're removing it completely or what the plan is with it. But Charm in general is just a bad way to play the game. Because people just rely way too heavily on it. That's the problem with Charm. And they're going to keep, like, they have to do something about charm throughout the entirety of the game. Otherwise, people are just going to be like, oh my god, I can't do anything because I can't charm. Well, I mean, learn the rest of your class. How does one know if he opted in for the beta successfully? Because I don't get... You can go to the website, monstersofmemories.com, not this thing right here. monstersofmemories.com. Click play, click on the drop down, click on closed beta testing opt-in, and it should tell you you've successfully opted in for closed beta testing. Literally says it right at the top. Can wizards be good in 1v1 PvP? Yeah, absolutely. Because wizards have ways to break mez and root effects with their abilities. They can nuke people down. They can snare people. They're pretty good in 1v1 PvP, I would say. You need to keep distance because a wizard will die very easily. Where'd Isar go? He had to do something. I forget. He said something in chat in Discord. He had to go do something. He'll be back in a few minutes. He said he's almost back in Discord. I think he's bringing Gith over, is what he's doing. He's right there. There's Isar. Wait, why is did this move? What the heck happened here? Edit UI. That goes there. That goes there. Save. Weird. He's tired of grouping with the Beastmaster and group. Maybe. It's very possible. Oh, that's right. He was getting jewelry. I forgot about that. I knew he said something. Named pet. This is a named with a pet. Yeah. This is a Beastmaster named named giant. Tiny rat with a giant. It is, yeah. It's like Baldur's Gate, the original, or maybe Baldur's Gate 2. Remember that little guy that had the mouse named Boo? It's like that. Okay, here. Am I disenchanting? I guess we're gonna disenchant that spirit totem. Hang on a second. Let me do that. Carve spirit totem. Disenchant. I don't think anybody wants this, but if somebody does, you can have the second one. Anybody want that? Where's that at? Yep. Where is my leatherworking pouch? Jewel crafting, leatherworking. There it is. Beastmaster Pet have different abilities? They do now, yes. They all have provoke and then 2 other abilities, depending on their what pet they have. Oh, it's a thick leather belt. I don't need that. Void Knight would be a cool class? Yeah, it would be. I'm torn between Wizard, Necro, or Void Knight. You're talking about Shadow Knight? Can't decide. A class I can do insane burst damage and has a lot of CC, ways to get out of CC. You're not going to have both of those things, most likely. But Wizard is going to be the best.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
The future class Void Knight? I mean, that would be cool, but somebody specifically asked about Void Knight. Monk or Rogue, thoughts? It seems like they hate rogues. I wouldn't play a rogue right now. I don't know why, but it seems like the devs really just don't want rogues to be strong. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't understand their reasoning, but maybe they'll make them better in the future. They just need something, because they're just not bringing what other classes bring to the table.
Yeah.
One thing the game does not need is more classes. Oh, definitely not. No. Not right now. The 18 classes they have are too much. Way too much. In the future, though, new classes could be fun. They want to do two-handed piercing, and it's ruining the math. They took away two-handed piercing. Well, they took away two-handed from backstab. So you can't backstab with a two-handed weapon anymore. But I don't really know why. Like I didn't really look into it, but I'm not really sure why that they took that away, unless it was just doing too much damage or something. Like, I don't know. Wizard B then. Shadow Knight? Yeah, Shadow Knight's good, but Shadow Knight will not be a good PvP. Well, I mean, it's not going to be a bad PvP class. It'll be okay. But Wizard will probably be a better PvP class if you play it well. It'll be a higher skill cap class. So you're going to want to have, like, Blink on your bar all the time. Invisibility on your bar all the time. So you can, get out of combat and stuff. Always have a snare type thing available. Something to snare the mob or the player. I know why it's a horrible idea. Well, what makes it horrible? Like, specifically, like give me a reason that it's a horrible idea. I don't think it's a bad idea. If they want to if you want to be able to backstab with a two-hander, then backstab with a two-hander. It's backstab is based on your weapon ratio damage. So as long as they just do the math right, it wouldn't be a big deal. But I don't think they want it for lore reasons. I don't think it has anything to do with it breaking the game or anything like that. I just think it's lore. They don't want you backstabbing with two-handed weapon. I'm like, all right. Two-handed pierce for backstab scales too hard, making the one-handed pierce void. Does it though? Like, that's kind of the question. Like, how much is it scaling off the weapon ratio and all that? Like a good one-handed pierce weapon ratio would probably be like 0.6. And then the best two-handed would be like 0.7 or 0.75. So that 0.1 to 0.15 difference, like how big of a difference is that making it? That's kind of the question. Maybe they should just not use it off of weapon ratio. Like they could just make it to where backstab does your level times 10 damage. You know? So at level 1 it does 10 damage, at level 2 it does 20 damage, and so on. And at level 60 it does 600 damage. Like that, I feel like that would just kind of balance it. You know, I mean they could do a lot of different calculations. It doesn't have to be based off of one-handed ratio and two-handed ratio and all that. Like I get why they're doing that with a lot of abilities, is so that when you get better weapons and better gear, it feels, you know, your character feels stronger. But that one ability could be based off of a different ratio altogether, and it kind of fixes the problem. Why would damage be based on anything other than the weapon damage? It could be based on whatever you want. Why are spells based on intelligence? They're not based on weapon damage. What's the difference? A backstab can be based off of your character's level. You can be based off your character's dexterity. It can be based off a lot of things. It doesn't have to be based off of the weapon. Spear is 0.78. Backstabs were hitting for over 1k. Good. Backstab should be hitting for over 1k on a rogue, I feel like. Like what's the cooldown on backstab for a rogue? Like 20 seconds? 10 seconds? Does anybody know the exact number? Because I don't know the exact number off the top of my head. But whatever the cooldown is on it, when you have a wizard that can chain nuke for 1,500 damage every 3 seconds, it's 8 seconds? Okay, so a wizard can chain nuke every 3 seconds for 1,500 damage. So why would we be upset that a rogue can backstab every 8 seconds for 1,000 damage? They're doing less damage and almost triple the time. Like, is it really a big deal? I just don't understand. I just like the math behind it just doesn't make sense to me. Like why is it really that? I don't know.
Yeah.
Rogues don't run out of mana? Okay. That's why the wizard does more. Right? But I also feel like wizards need more sustain. So there's multiple parts to the argument. There's not just one side to the argument. You got to look at all sides of it. Wizards need to have more sustain than they currently do. Rogues should do bigger backstabs. It kind of all goes together in hand. Both of those two classes right now, both of them are two of the worst classes in the game. So let's increase the wizard sustain and increase the rogue backstab. That would help solve the problem why wizards and rogues are two of the worst classes in the game. So let's make them both better. Like, I don't like this whole idea that a A rogue shouldn't be doing 1,000 backstabs is just silly. Like, they absolutely should be doing 1,000 damage backstabs.
Yeah.
At level 60. Like, come on. Why can't they? You have Shaman, you have Druid. They can all do 1,000 damage nukes. Like, but a rogue is just like, nope, we can't. Heaven forbid a rogue hit for 1,000 damage if they hit every 8 seconds. If they hit, they have a chance to be dodged, blocked, parried. Like, well, I guess they can't parry or block because they're going to be behind them, but they can still dodge it. Or you could just miss because it's a melee attack. I don't know. I just don't see the argument. I just don't see the argument. It's crazy. Using Bard Charm at level 48 on a green still has lots of charm breaks. Kind of ridiculous. Bard Charm should not be a thing. Song doesn't last 18 seconds. Viable playstyle since they remove double attack and durability. Yeah, I think they should just... Charm in general is just a broken skill that just needs to be... I would prefer it just to be removed at this point. It's causing too many headaches for the devs, in my opinion. It's not a spell that is worth having in the game. Because it's too powerful when used correctly, and it's annoying when used incorrectly. Why are wizards bad? They don't have the sustain right now. So a wizard in a group is probably the worst DPS in the game. I would rather have a rogue in a group over a wizard in a group because they just don't have much sustained damage. So like on the wizard, you're going to be burning through all your mana. Like, did you ever play EverQuest? It's the same kind of thing in this game. You have a wizard that can burn through all of its mana, and then it's got to sit and meditate for 5 minutes, and then it can burn through all of its mana. So over the course of a group who's going to be chain pulling enemies, like right now we're pulling very, very slowly, right? This is not normal gameplay. But you're going to be chain pulling enemies. The wizard's going to be out of mana a ton, and overall contributing way less to the party than any melee class. And that's fine. Like, that's a difference in gameplay between a wizard and a melee class, is that the melee class is going to have more sustain than a wizard will. Sure. But the problem is that the wizard basically has 0 sustain. Like, its sustain is pretty awful. So over the course of an XP group, if you're sitting in an XP group for a couple of hours grinding out XP, the wizard is going to drag your entire group down. And that just feels bad. So people just don't want to put them... People are not going to want to have a wizard in the party over another class for DPS. Because they just need more sustain. Credo believes that a class should always be doing something during combat phase. No, I disagree with that. You think that I think that. That's your assumption of what I'm saying. I don't think that at all. But they should have some sustain. Like, I think that when you are playing, you're in a group and you pull a mob, a wizard that's out of mana literally can't do anything. They just sit there. So they need to have a way to do something. It feels bad when you have a class literally doing nothing. It's not fun gameplay, and people aren't going to want that player in the party. Like, a wizard that can nuke once per mob, let's say, right? If they end up doing the same amount of overall DPS, let's say you have a melee in the party and the melee does 5,000 damage to the mob that you're fighting. As long as the wizard can do around the same amount to every mob that you're fighting, maybe a little under is fine because they have more burst damage. So a wizard doing 4,000 damage to the mob every single mob without running out of mana in a group. But when you need it, the wizard can burst the mob down. That's the advantage of playing a wizard. Whereas if you're in a melee group or a melee class, they just do 5,000 damage consistently to every single mob, let's say. So that's where I'm trying to get at with it. Like, it's not that you have to be doing something every single time, but that you need to have something that you can do. You know, just, I don't know, it just feels really bad if you're sitting there twiddling your thumbs. I don't know. Wonder if we'll ever see the palace and Night Harbor populated. I think so, yeah, eventually. I'm only level 40 and I haven't played much since the mass nerfing. The mass nerfing? What? You're talking about the deep dives? But I've heard that high-level wizards claim that we can sustain okay at high levels. I mean, they can't. They can't. I mean, they're not terrible anymore, but they're not really that great. They took away the reclaim magic being on a 30-second cooldown feels really bad. That's kind of the main issue with it. It just feels really bad. The efficiency of their spells, they have to basically do a reclaim every 30 seconds. They do one reclaim, and then every 5 minutes they use their arcane invocation. That's how they can sustain in a group. But I don't feel like the balance of the sustain is there yet. Like the wizard is made to do more burst damage, which they definitely still have the most burst damage in the game because their spells, their nukes are more efficient than other direct damage spells. So they have the ability to do more burst damage for sure, which is a benefit to them. But their sustain just doesn't keep up. And I feel like for XP in the game, the sustain is going to be way more important. The burst is going to be more important at in-game fighting, in-game very challenging mobs, raid bosses, things like that. That's where the burst is really going to come in. It's kind of like the cleric. The cleric is just not a good class to use for healing. You're better off with a druid or shaman in your party for healing, for XP groups, for all the added utility that they can do. Same thing with XP groups in melee classes. Melee classes are better off than caster classes, but 3 out of the 4 caster classes have a melee component to them with their pets. So they're always doing damage. And the enchanter doesn't need to do damage, as much damage as the other ones, because the enchanter is a CC class and a buff class. It's adding in more utility. So it's giving your entire party more haste, more mana, and it's mezzing mobs to make it safer, and it's stunning mobs to interrupt spellcasting and mana draining, and adding a rune shield to your tank, and it's got a lot of other things that it does. So it doesn't necessarily need to do all the damage, but it still has a pet that is constantly doing damage. So that's what makes the wizard kind of feel bad, is that the wizard is the worst DPS class in a party. It's just the worst. So, yeah. I find it hard to believe, but I have heard more than one say it. We're on the same page with Wizards, no matter how horrible they are. That is what I'm playing at EA and launch. I think that they'll eventually get it right. Like, I'm not trying to say that it's going to stay that way, but that's why we're talking about it, right? It's why it's part of beta. Let's get the dialogue going and let the devs know, hey, this class, it doesn't feel good in a party. If in fact it feels bad in a party. You know, just like the rogue has 0 solo ability. Like, it's probably the worst solo class in the game. But that could be their idea, you know, like that the idea could literally be that the wizard has solo ability and the rogue doesn't. So the rogue's got the better system. I don't know. Like I don't know what the idea for the devs is, like what their plan is. I'm just giving them my feedback on it, which is if this is supposed to be a group focus game, then let's make sure that the grouping between all the classes feels good. Then go in and say, okay, what classes can solo? But don't make solo the best way to play the game. So you pick what you want to do. And I feel like they need to focus on grouping. So if they focus on grouping, and they should make all the different classes feel good as a group class. Because that should be the main way, incentivize that as the main way to play the game. That's just, you know, that's my opinion of it. Other people are going to have other opinions, and that's fine. But, you know, that is the way that they have said from the very beginning. It is a social group-focused MMO. So let's emphasize that. You know, make every class bring something to a party, and make them good in a party setting.
Yeah.
Just sitting in an LFG for hours is not a fun experience. Not at all. No, not a fun experience. It's an awful experience. So clerics currently aren't great for parties. So, and that's kind of a loaded thing to say, right? Clerics, because they're healers, will be welcome in parties. However, if you have the choice of a druid, shaman, or a cleric, you're most likely going to take the druid or shaman first. Almost everyone in the game, if given the choice of all three, are going to prefer to have a druid or a shaman. If they don't have a choice, and cleric is the only option, of course, they're going to take a cleric because they need a healer. So that's kind of the issue with it, though. But like, again, it's kind of like the bard. If you have a choice between a bard or an enchanter, you're going to take the enchanter every time. Like that's not even a question. Like if you choose bard over an enchanter, then you clearly have no idea how this game works and how the different classes work. I promise you the enchanter will win out over a bard every single time. Then you have to kind of group classes and roles together that way. You know, why would I want this healer over this healer? Why would I want this tank over this tank? This DPS over this DPS? This crowd control over this crowd control? You kind of have to group them together and try to balance within those. Like the tanks, I feel like are one of the ones that are more equally balanced, but they're still not balanced right. Like, why would you want to have... Right now, nobody wants to play a paladin. Like, not nobody. Very few people want to play a paladin because what does it bring to a party? It's a tank, cool, but it's the worst tank. It can mitigate the damage just as well as the other tanks, but it doesn't hold threat nearly as well. And its healing is not necessary because you're going to have a healer in your party anyway. You can't really take a paladin and be like, oh, I'm going to take this paladin and then we don't need a healer in our group. Nope, you're still going to need a healer in your group. So what does a paladin bring to the party over the other tanks? Nothing. Literally nothing. I mean, there is something that they bring over the other, but they bring a damage shield remover. That's what they bring. So, like, that's the problem. That's where they need to start balancing these different classes. Because if they don't do that, we're already seeing it in beta where you have certain players or certain classes that are going unplayed and everybody is gravitating towards the other classes that just have everything. So the enchanter, the druid, the fighter, the shadow knight, the shaman, those are being played. And then the other classes, the inquisitor and the paladin, and the cleric, they're not being played because they don't bring anything else. Like they just don't. They're not necessary. So, group versus solo could be a skill tree thing. What do you mean by a skill tree thing? I don't know. Play style doesn't matter, guys. Like, you can say it's a play style. You can say that I prefer to play this class because it's more fun than the other one. Whatever. It doesn't. Those things don't matter in the long run. Like, they might matter for a handful of people that specifically want to go against the meta. But as we have learned in society, the people that go against those things generally become outcast. Come on. Like, be honest with yourself. Stop lying to yourself about it. People tend to lean towards the meta and the most powerful classes because they're more fun to play, and people want those classes in their group, so they're easier to find groups. They're just. It's just the way that things work. Like I don't want to be the bearer of bad news here, but it's just the way that things work. People will tend to gravitate to that direction, to the point where if you think I'm going to play against the meta, I'm going to play this class because nobody else plays it. There's a reason nobody else is playing it, but go ahead and play those classes. You will end up having a rough time. You'll probably complain eventually that nobody wants you in their party, that you don't do something as well as another class, etc., and you're just going to end up being miserable trying to play the game, which is supposed to be fun. That's what's going to end up happening. You can either believe me or not believe me. That's fine, but that's what's going to end up happening. That is the human way. Exactly. It's just the way of humans. It's just how we are. It's how we're wired. What is the saying? How does that saying go? It's not Darwinism. It's the other one, though, where the strong survive and the weak die off. It's just human nature, guys. It's a balance issue. Enchanter and Bard should not be playing the exact same role. Bard pulling is key, but it's not. That's the problem. That's a misconception. Bards are not pullers in this game. Why do we keep saying that Bard pulling is key? Why are Bards pullers? Specifically. Like, tell me, why? Is it because of EverQuest? Or is it because Bards are supposed to be pullers? They're Bards. They're supposed to sing songs, to empower their party, for lore. Like, why are Bards pullers? That's just that's people trying to force Bards into the role of pulling. It doesn't mean that they have to be pullers. Bards are poopy at the moment. They are. They're terrible at the moment. Bards are awful at the moment. Yeah. Survival of the fittest. Yeah, survival of the fittest. That's what it is. Thanks, Umpax. I appreciate it. It doesn't make sense, but it doesn't that point out the balance is broken? Balance is absolutely broken in this game. Yeah, balance is the worst thing that this dev team does, in my opinion. The worst. They're trying to, like... do you have a tier list on YouTube? Or are you planning on making one? I'll make one eventually, yeah. As we get closer, I've been waiting for all these deep dives to get in. So I'm waiting for all the deep dives and trying to play the classes. It's hard to do a tier list right now because we don't have all of the information. We only have currently 9 of the 18 classes deep dives done and in the game, and they're very, very, very out of balance, and several abilities do not function properly, et cetera, et cetera. Like, there's just so many other things. The formulas in the game are still being reworked. There's so much to the balance that it's impossible to give you guys a solid tier list at the moment. I will do one though as we get closer, and I will give you all the information that I have, and hopefully everybody can make some informed decisions on what they want to play. But yeah, really don't want balance? No. You do want balance. You don't want what you assume is what I'm talking about when I say balance. There's a big difference. Because of EQ, yes, and missing 60% of the songs, there's not many options. Yeah, it's because of EQ, though. Meta change with patch, so you could pick a good class now, and in the future it will be poop. Well, that's the thing. That's why you want balance in the classes, right? So what I mean by balance, I've explained this before, and you've heard it before, and you continue to argue with me on balance. I don't know why you keep doing it. I think you just like to, I don't know, you're the type of person that want to watch the world burn. But when I say balance, I don't mean that every DPS is doing the exact same amount of DPS. Every healer is equally healing. Every tank is equal tanking. That's not what balance means. Balance in this game is there are 5 things that you can do. There's tanking, healing, DPS, crowd control, utility. 5 things that any class can do. Out of those 5 things, you have a percentage. 100% is all you can do, right? You can go 100% into DPS, meaning you can't tank, you can't heal, you have no utility, you have no CC. If you go 100% in DPS, you would be the best DPS class in the game, but you can't do literally anything else. Or you could move that around, right? So you could have 50% DPS, 50% tanking. So that's what you do. You are 50% of the DPS of the high, like if it's one person is 100 DPS, 100%, and they're doing 1,000 DPS, then you're a 50% DPS and a 50% tank. That means you're doing 500 DPS and only 50% of the ability of tanking or whatever, right? Pick and choose out of those 5 things. That's what I mean by balance. If one class does really well in one thing, they got to take it away from something else. Not that every DPS class is equal. They're not going to be, and they shouldn't be. Every tank class is equal. They're not going to be. That's not the intent. There will be a best overall tank. There will be a best overall healer. There will be a best overall DPS. That will always happen. That's what meta is, and people will figure it out, and that's going to happen. But, you know, if you have a class that has a ton of DPS, then, you know, you can't give it all the utility and healing and tanking. Like, you give everybody, if there was one class that was 100% in all 5 of those categories, don't you think most people would play that class? Eventually, they'd be like, hey, I'm not having fun on my class because my class sucks. I'm going to play this other class that can do everything. That's what's going to end up happening. I tried going against the grain in EQ with a Wood Elf Warrior. I never got invites and it ruined everything. Absolutely. It's gonna do that again in this game. People that are like, for example, the people that are fighters. If you want to play a fighter in this game, you're like, I'm only going to be a sword board fighter. Sword and shield, that's it. And I'm going to be the most sturdy fighter out there. Rah, 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 whatever. I guarantee you're going to have a rough time. You might be fine in the beginning, but then as people realize you're not willing to switch it up and do what's best for the group, they're not going to want to put you in their party. Hate to say it. You got to be a team player in this game. You can't be like no, I'm going to go sword board only. You're not going to be able to hold threat against the DPS classes. You're going to be doing less damage than other fighters, which means that your entire group is going to be killing slower. Like, you're just going to be less efficient, and people aren't going to like that. I'm sorry, but it's true. Someone walks up and asks me if I want to play heads or tails or rock, paper, scissors. I'm playing rock, paper, scissors. Okay. Cool. One thing that I find strange is that level 60 can buff level 1 with 60 buffs. Will that not break the game? Absolutely, it'll break the game. Yeah, absolutely. I've been saying that. I've been screaming that for months. I've been saying that since alpha. I feel like buffs need to be equivalent to the level of the player receiving the buff. If a level 60 casts a spell on a level 1, it needs to lower the effectiveness of that spell to a much lower level. Now, I've said that, right? Before somebody is be like, well, that's not fair. It's fun to get buffs. I know it's fun to get buffs, but you got to think the other side of it. But what I mean by that is, let's say you have a level 8 damage shield. Okay? And I cast that on a level 8. As a level 8 player, I cast the damage shield, and let's say it gives you a 10-point damage shield. And then I get a level 60 to cast a damage shield on a level 8. The level 8 receiving the level 60 damage shield should be something like a 11 or 12-point damage shield. So slightly better, right? Slightly better than what you could get at level 8, so that it's still a benefit. But not the 30-point damage shield that you get at level 60, because now it's broken. And if you do it across the board and you get every level 60 buff on a level 1 character, they become like gods, basically. And yes, that is fun. Okay, I'm not trying to take the fun out of the game. So yes, that is fun. But what it ends up doing is it pushes people into solo gameplay, especially as the game grows. What we saw in games like EverQuest and what we see in games like World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy is everything becomes extremely soloable. And if we continue to push that kind of gameplay, people are going to continue to solo, and they won't go back and do group content once they've hit level 60. They're going to twink out their characters, they're going to buff them up to the moon, and then they're going to try to play with as few people in the group as possible. That's not encouraging group play. That's discouraging group play. And then what you end up having are the people that complain about it on the forums. Who complains about it? The casual players complain about it every single time. Oh, this solo player is being power leveled and taking up an entire camp or 2 camps or 3 camps of XP mobs. My group doesn't have a group that a place that they can XP because this solo player is twinked to the moon. And they complain about it. But those same casual players are like, nope, I don't want you to take away my set level 60 buffs. When a level 60 walks by and gives me a buff, I really like it. Well, you're encouraging that. You are literally encouraging that kind of gameplay. Just saying. Like, you're literally shooting yourself in the foot by asking for that. So, just saying. Like, do what you want to do. I like twinking and carrying noobs personally. I mean, it's fun. I'm not going to deny it. It is fun. But it hurts the game in the long run. I like twinking and stuff as well. It's fun to get superpower buffs on my low-level character, and it's fun to have like level 60 gear on my low-level character and make him feel like a god. It is super fun. I don't deny that. But the casual players are going to complain about it and be like, well, that's not fair. It's not fair that they can kill this whole camp and I have to get a group. Okay. Devs shooting themselves in the foot by deviating from the balance EQ created. If you had a dead class, Paladin, Bard, then your game is broken. Ignore EQ research and development is a huge mistake. I mean, I agree. I agree with that, yeah. Like, I think that we got to be careful with how they develop these classes. You know, I want the game to be fun, and I want players to feel powerful, but we need to do that, in my opinion, in a better way. We need to do that in a way that, like, make a character feel like they contribute to a party, rather than make a player feel like they have to have the most powerful buffs and twink gear to feel like they're contributing to a party. You know? Be social, invite that guy to your group. I agree, people should be social, but they won't be. And the thing is, the people that won't do it are going to be the power gamers. They're going to be the power levelers. They're going to be the ones that use all of these things to their advantage. And then the casual player is going to complain about it. You're not going to get these people. These power gamers are not going to be like, yeah, invite me to your party. I'm going to group up with you, and I'm going to get a fraction of the XP. I'm going to do things at a quarter of the rate that I could do them just because, you know, because you want me in your party. No, it's not a benefit to the power gamer. It's a benefit to the casual player. But the power gamer doesn't care about the casual player. They don't. They absolutely do not care about them. So I just, it's going to be a net negative in the long run. And the casual player is going to complain. That's what's going to happen. They're only 3% of the gaming audience. They're 3% of the gaming audience that plays over 50% of the game. Like, sure, they might be a smaller amount of the audience, but they're always online. They're always camping the different mobs. The people that, right now, there's people that are saying, well, the top guilds are going to end up hogging all of the good camp spots, right? All the good XP spots, all the good loot spots. They're going to power level up. They're going to level up very quickly, and then they're going to hog all that, and the casual gamer is going to be like, well, that's not fair. Well, I tried to fix it, guys. I'm trying to tell you how to fix it. You can sit here and be like, oh, I want to be able to have those buffs and blah for the 97% of players, but those 3% of players are going to ruin it for the 97% if you allow it that way. You're doing it to yourselves. You're blaming it on another group of people, but you're the ones requesting the way the game is. That's the problem that I see. Those guys are always going to do, not if you prevent it. They're not always going to do that. If they can't twink out their characters, if they can't give them crazy strong buffs, then, and you make the game a group focused game, they're going to have to make a group. They're going to have to play with you instead of against you. You know you are those guys. I am too. And I'm telling you how it's going to end up working. Like, I know exactly what's going to happen. I haven't been wrong about anything that I've said this entire time with my critique of the game. I haven't. From the raids, the way that the raids work, the level locked encounters, the way that works, the XP in the game, the charm in the game. I have talked about these things for a year, and every single one of those has come to fruition. Every one. People are complaining that there's too many people soloing in the game, and nobody wants to group. Gee, I wonder why. I just explained it to you. Why? I just explained it. Charm being too strong. It took them a while to figure it out, but then players figured it out. Now that players know how to use charm, guess what? They're using it like crazy. It's just, it's yeah. Build a large guild, but don't really group with people outside of the guild anyways. Well, cool, but you don't even group with people in the guild. I've seen large guilds where people don't even group with their own guild members because it's more efficient to play solo. What I'm afraid of is that scenario, all the good spots being hogged, and all I can do is farm normal worst mobs for money. Yep, that's exactly what's going to end up happening in this game. Because players are going to be able to they're going to play the powerful classes that do the powerful things, and they're going to hog all of the good content. I promise you it's going to happen. It's already happened. And it's going to get worse, and it's because, unfortunately, and I know the casual players hate me saying it, it's because the casual players want this game to be a certain way. They want to feel powerful when they get there, but they're not realizing what the power gamers are going to do well before that happens. So, right now, Group XP is terrible, like we've been saying. Yeah, Group XP is awful.
Yeah.
It's awful. Is there something wrong with Fallen Pass? Every time I zone in, it crashes. There is something wrong with Fallen Pass, yes.
Yeah.
Can't wait for 2,000 players in Wormsbane EA. Oh, it's going to be awful, yeah. Sounds like they need instances. I mean, people can argue that, yeah. Like, I don't want instances. I actually don't like instances. But, you know, some instance content is actually not bad. I don't know what the Devil Sar Mafia is. I'm trying to group where I can because of the vibes. Didn't even know XP is bad, but personally, I don't mind that. Well, yeah, like, I don't mind that the XP is slower, right? That's not the issue. I don't mind that the XP is slower in a group because I still have a static group that I can get to group with, right? But where it hurts the casual player is that now the casual player is going to have a harder time finding a group because the players are going to start to realize that grouping is not worth it. So when grouping is less efficient, you have fewer people to group with. If they make grouping the most efficient way to play, and everybody wants to play that way, preferred to play that way, then it'll be a lot easier to find a group. So it's not about minding the XP being slower. It's about how many people will end up doing it. Even the casual players right now are starting to realize, especially at higher level, as you get up into the 40s and 50s, you start to realize it's exponentially slower to be in a party of 6, and people stop inviting people to their parties. They get a duo, they get a trio, they get with just their friends, and that's it. They won't play with anybody else. And that's going to make it way more difficult for the casual player, especially the one that pugs. It's going to be extremely difficult for them. Looks like we got another stirring stick. I don't think I can... Yeah, this is unique, so somebody else going to have to loot this one. I guess Isar grab it. So, I know, I understand that it's kind of one of those things, like, it's hard to explain and it's hard to understand until you experience it directly. But I promise you that making group XP slower is going to hurt the casual player more. And there's already an advantage to being a hardcore high playtime player. You're already going to be max level faster than everybody else anyway because you have more playtime. So now if you make it to where grouping is more difficult for them, or the XP and grouping is more difficult, and finding a group is more difficult, you're just hurting the casual player more. It's just compounding on itself. I mean, realistically, we're going to have a minimum of 15 servers at launch. We'll see, yeah. I think we're going to have a bunch. Add XP bonus to dungeons unless it's too much. Yeah, like they are trying to do that unless it's too much like EQ. No, they actually do have Zim modifier, or Zim modifier, zone experience modifier. They do have that. All right. I don't know if you guys are going to stay here, Isar. That's, we got a placeholder down there.
Yeah.
I'll be heading out soon. So do you want me to keep pulling that if y'all are going to stay here or no? Just camp the bottom one? All right, I'll pull this one then. So yeah, like that's the issue with it, guys. Like I don't know. I don't know how else to explain it. And I understand people are going to disagree with me and they're going to think that I'm wrong and all that kind of stuff, and that's fine. You can disagree and you can think that I'm wrong. I mean it's fine. I just I don't know. I want people to understand what it is that they're asking for. I think 80K subs minimum day one, but maybe I'm too optimistic. I might be a bit optimistic day one. I'm thinking between 30 and 50,000 sometime in October. That's my estimate. They could get more than that throughout October, right? Day one though, I don't know. That's gonna be tough. You having trouble understanding the solution? I mean, a solution is tough to come up with, right? Like you're not going to find a solution that's just going to work every time. But my solution is, if you want me to give you a solution, is encourage grouping as much as possible. Like World of Warcraft did this really, really well, actually. Where group buffs are within the group. Like, they don't have a lot of group buffs, but you have to be in the group, and if you leave the group, you lose the buff. Like, how many buffs... People know World of Warcraft better than I do. Like, I played it, but I didn't really, like, play it. They didn't have a lot of buff. Like, you couldn't just go up to a character as a shaman and be like, here you go, have 15 really strong buffs at level 1. Like, you had to be grouped up with the players to get most of the good buffs and to do stuff, right? That's what they need to do... is make they can't make it to where a level 60 can give a level 1 buffs and all the best gear in the game and just make them absolute gods. They need to somehow encourage grouping. Make the best XP in a group so that even that twinked out character would prefer to be in a group. Always, always, always encourage grouping as much as possible. That's the only solution that I can really come up with. Whatever you can do to encourage it. Seems like making the mobs harder is way easier route than limiting the living, breathing world. They're going to make the mobs harder, but the problem is, like, unless you make the mobs impossible to kill solo, and they require a group, I don't know how you're going to do that, but unless they do that, people will find a way. Like they're always going to find a way to do it. The devs aren't going to outsmart the entire community. They're not going to do it. Like, I don't care how smart the devs think they are. No game ever. Every single developer in the history of video game development has underestimated their player base. It's always happened. Look at the speedrunners of all these games. Like Games Done Quick. You ever watch that? And people can beat a game in like 5 minutes that usually takes 100 hours for like the average player. They always find ways to manipulate the system and make it work to their advantage. Always. And once that information gets out, it spreads. Look at something like Breath of the Wild. Going into all those little dungeons and stuff, and you're supposed to do it this way, right? You're supposed to jump on this, to get onto this, to do this other thing. That's what you're supposed to do. But every single time, there's a video out there of somebody doing it some easier way once they figure it out. Like, you're just... Devs are not going to outsmart the player base. So they need to like encourage other types of gameplay rather than try to be like, oh, let's just make the game harder so that they can't do it. No, they're going to figure out a way to do it. They always do. EQ, there was classes that had 0% chance of soloing. I don't know. I'm pretty sure every class people have soloed in EverQuest. I don't know. But this isn't EverQuest. I think Monster Memory's biggest weakness are the devs that has the mindset of we're doing it our way. We won't change unless no one plays. I think they won't change unless they don't want to play it. They're making the game that they want to play. That's what they're doing, right? Which is fine. If they want to make it that way, that's fine. I mean, make your game. It's your game. Make it however you want. And I personally like what they're doing and the direction they want to go. I think what I'm saying, though, is absolutely what the devs want. They want people to be grouping in this game. They want the game to be challenging so that you have to group up. They're just not developing the game that way, right? They want what I'm saying. It's just not happening. Like they look at, I feel like the devs in this game, some of them are pretty new to game dev, and that's okay. They can learn, hopefully. But I think a lot of them, like, they say they make a class, right? And they say this is how the class is supposed to be played. Okay, cool. That's how the class is supposed to be played based on how the devs develop the class and how they want you to play the class. Then they hand you all the tools and you play how you think you should play the class based on the tools that you're given. It's the same thing. It's that video that I showed a couple of weeks ago where you have a round hole, a square hole, a triangle hole, a star hole, and then you have a round peg, a square peg, a triangle peg. You have the different pegs, right? And they're like, okay, I'm going to take the round peg and I'm going to put it in the round hole. Cool, yay, it worked. I'm going to take the square peg. We're going to put it in the square. No, we're going to put it in the round hole. Oh, I'm going to take the triangle peg. We're going to put it in the... No, we're going to put it in the circle. Like, they're going to find however they want to play the game. They're going to play it whatever they feel like is the best way to play it. It doesn't matter what the devs want. It doesn't matter how the devs program it. They're going to say, what's the easiest and best way to play this? I'm going to do that. Every class could solo. And I'm not talking about EQ anymore, man. This is not EverQuest. Stop comparing it to EverQuest. Let's talk about, like, Monsters of Memories. How does it function in Monsters of Memories? God, I hate the EverQuest. Well, in EverQuest, I don't care. Right? I don't care. In World of Warcraft, this. In Star Wars Galaxies. There's been hundreds of different MMOs. We could compare this game to 100 different MMOs. Some are better, some are worse, etc. This is Monsters and Memories. Why should it be like that in Monsters and Memories? Yeah, I'm gonna probably head here in a minute. That's my biggest thing is why should it be like that in this game specifically, right? The devs want you to group up in this game, so let's talk about that. We can say that in EverQuest, here's how they resolved these issues, and it might be a good way to resolve it in this game. Or in World of Warcraft, here's how they resolve these issues and put it into, like, these are issues that are in games in general, and here's how the different games resolved those. We could do that. But anybody that says it was like that in EverQuest, I don't care. Like, I don't care. Like, it's irrelevant. Yeah. Anyway, I find the challenging and sandwich-style combat contradictory. It is, yeah. The challenge then isn't so much challenging as they are PETA barriers, not just fun and engaging. Yeah, exactly. They do that a lot, JD. I'd agree with that. Like, sandwich-style gameplay, and then you're like, oh, we're going to make it challenging. And it's like, they don't mesh, right? They don't mesh. The game is not made to be challenging. It's made to be punishing. If you completely screw up, it punishes you in every single possible way They try to punish you. And punishment is okay sometimes, but that's the whole scenario or analogy people have been saying. Stick versus carrot. Do you train with a stick? Do you train with a carrot? I think you need a mixture of both of those things, but I lean towards the carrot than the stick. That's just me, right? But I feel like the devs of this game lean towards the stick and not the carrot. They want to punish gameplay, punish styles of play, rather than encourage styles of play. And I think that's backwards, personally. But anyway, I have to head out. I know this is a shorter stream today. I'm actually 25 minutes longer than I wanted to be today, but it shouldn't be a big deal. So yeah. The point is this wouldn't exist without EQ. Then why copy the EQ format? And it will fail if it deviates. I don't think it'll fail if it deviates. I think that this game needs. I don't think it has to copy EverQuest. The only thing that I think that it needs to copy EverQuest is the social group focus gameplay aspect. Right? That is where it needs to copy EverQuest. But the other features, all of the other stuff where they have like, oh, well, this class can do this in EverQuest, so it should be able to do this. Like the Bard. The Bard was a really good puller in EverQuest, therefore the Bard should be a really good puller in Monsters and Memories. Those don't need to happen. But EverQuest was a group-focused social MMO. It took a long time. It was your reputation mattered, all of that kind of stuff. That is what they're trying to capture from EverQuest. But how they capture that can vary in from a lot of different ways, right? It doesn't have to be a copy and paste of EverQuest to do that. You can make it like RuneScape has a lot of that, where it's just it takes a long time to get somewhere. Ultima Online took a lot of effort to do things. That's what they're looking for. You should get in a Discord and a whiteboard, our pros and cons. Maybe someday, but I don't know. We'll see. Appreciate your lovely stream. Gonna hang around more in the future. Absolutely. Thank you so much for being here, Mashin. Thank you everybody for being here. I do appreciate it. I know that I'm very passionate about this game. I don't want to come across as argumentative with people. I have my opinions. You have your opinions. We all are trying to make this game better for different ways, different reasons, I'm sure. And I appreciate everyone's perspective. Whether I agree with you or not, I still appreciate your perspective. So thank you so much. I do love you all, and I appreciate you coming in and chatting. And the game is not live yet, to answer your question, Unthink. The game is not live yet. It's in beta. It will be in live October 1st for early access. And it's $15 a month starting at that point. No box price, no microtransactions, nothing like that. $15 a month. That's it. No other cash needed to play the game. Anyway, thank you so much, guys. Take care. I'll see you tomorrow morning.